here to be account. With me is a respected person that I know in the media industry, an analyst, to help us put together some of these things that will be coming from those people the ASO Radio Management has assigned to do what they should do on this most important discussion. At the point we're going to be giving you a line to call to make contribution on the program. I have to be in the studio, live and direct, Dr. Joshua Bebo.
That's true.
So it is important. This election that we are having here in FCT, it's not just FCT. We have off-cycle elections that are coming up. We have the rivers. We have some parts of constituencies again in Kano all today. So I see it as a litmus test for the ruling party. As a matter of fact, in FCT here, Dr. Joshua, there are 12. There are 6 area councils.
Yes.
And the understanding that I made, INEC came out with a figure. Those who registered, INEC came up with a pattern of registration, the online and physical capturing. Since last year, I think it started either in August or September, and then concluded in October. And the number of people who are trooping out for this area council election today here in FCT is put at 1.5 or 1.6 million people. And we have closely to about 2,822 polling units, all in the 6 area councils. Then six chairmen and then 62 councillors we are going to see at the end of the day. You remember I briefed also on some of the things required. The security, the sensitive materials, the non-sensitive materials, when is it going to start, when is it going to end. We are going to understand that accreditation will start by 8:30 today, almost above this time, to have
is good enough. I want to believe that the exercise will be peaceful. Beyond, it's not a litmus test for APC, because APC is also a contestant in the entire arrangement. But it's a litmus test for the new INEC chairman. I guess this will be his first election.
No, Anambra was his first election. Anambra, as soon as he was appointed, Anambra governorship election was on ground as at that time.
Oh, okay. Yeah. In the case of Anambra, they didn't have much to do because the outgone INEC chairman had put everything on ground for him to inherit. But FCT is a major concern for him, considering the sensitivity of the election. Is the seat of government to start with, and you have the minister of the FCT also, who will also play a key role regardless of how you see it in the entire election. It is the minister who is the administrative head of the city. So to what extent the election is held as peaceful or not, the major thrust of this election would have been the e-transmission of results, if it has succeeded. If the Senate had passed the mandatory e-transmission of results into law in the Electoral Act Amendment, unfortunately she didn't, and the act has been signed. But if that had happened, we wouldn't have waited till tomorrow or even to the end of the day to know who the winners are and who the gallant losers will be. It would have been a situation in which, if it were the real-time e-transmission of results, as the business is going, you see the results coming in, dropping on the IRF, yes. So we would have, perhaps before the end of the day, since the election will end around 2:30, we would have closed the business.
The REC, that's Resident Electoral Commissioner, FCT INEC REC, in the person of Malam Amin Kasimu Idris, briefed the press yesterday to build up to give us a holistic point of view of how the preparation has been, the activities that are there to what we are today about to have, that 8:30 accreditation will start. And he told us categorically, what asked him, in the process to what today has become an act, the National Assembly categorically did not mention that phrase, real time. They talked about the e-transmission and then the manual. The e-transmission does not anywhere preclude to real time. They can give you the e-transmission maybe some hours later or whatever. But real time would have been as you are voting at your polling units. As I said, we have 2,822 polling units across the 6 area councils here in the FCT. With 1.5 million people to determine the outcome, who becomes what at the end of the day. So he said real time, that the real time is not necessarily because the law is designed. It is one of the fundamental aspects that is required in the process of determining the outcome of the result, even in the repealed act that was there in 2022. The real time was there. And it's not a new thing. Also, I don't really know at what extent he was really talking about the real time here, because the word or the phrase real time is not captured in the act.
I think INEC cannot but work within the framework of the law. The 2026 Electoral Act, as assented to by Mr. President a couple of days ago, did not capture real-time transmission. And people should understand what real-time means. Let me use the local balance. Real-time means as it will happen.
You see the issue, they see it.
So if the law does not capture it, on what foundation will INEC do real-time transmission of results? You can't do something or nothing.
Yes, exactly.
So I think the FCT reg may need to seek of result. It would have been a case of you have the dashboard, as the results are going on, it is displaying there, the figures. So he might, maybe is not at home with this terminology.
Because at the time he was delivering or making his statement or giving us this brief, I asked him that the chief press secretary to the national chairman INEC, the chief press secretary is called Adebayo Oketola, who at a point I remember, the INEC chairman, Professor Joas Ojo Amopita, at a particular forum, so to speak, he addressed and used the word real time, and the journalists who covered that particular event to this election that we are now about to have, began to use the word real time or the phrase real time, that they will do real time. The chief press secretary in the person at the Bayo had to come out and publish a rejoinder that the INEC chairman did not mean that there will be real time in the delivery of results at the end of the day. But usually he was using it for a particular purpose. He said, in the first place, the real time we are talking about is not as if it will determine the outcome. They will simply show you that you have voted. In the first place, like in the case of ASO radio staff, who are all over the 6 area councils, as far as Abaji, which is very close to local, our reporters are there. They are to only check how the election is being conducted, looking at the parties that are participating, and not understand when we have 19 political parties participating. But again, check the voting pattern, how it is being voted, whether the beavers are working. That's the way he put it.
You see, it opens a room for what civil society organizations and other stakeholders have tried to steer the nation away from after the 2023 election. That window for manual collation of results.
That is it.
That was the window that CSOs and other interest groups wanted obliterated. Because after the 2023 election, in fact, the 2023 exercise opened our eyes to the limitations of this manual collation of results. And we had said, let's do it time. And for what it's worth, I think the authorities know what they're doing. In the sense that time should have been the way forward. And then they came up with the argument of in some places you don't have good network and what have you. But the former INEC chairman, Professor Mahmoud Yakub, had in one of his interviews made it clear that these beavers that are deployed have the capacity to give us real-time e-transmission. The man at the helm of affairs who piloted that project says everything was captured in that project. So yes, it is not in the place of the journalist who goes to cover the event to begin to tell you who the winner is.
At the polling unit.
Even at the polling unit.
At the polling unit, you not say maybe Kingsley has scored maybe 10 votes, Topsy 3, maybe Kayode 0. It's not there for you to compute.
Yes, but you see, here is the danger. By the time, yes, the reporter will make this known to the public. But the final result, the credence of the final result lies with the announcing authority, the regulating authority, the INEC.
And that will be the REC.
And that will be the REC.
Yes.
And the danger is, without preempting what will happen anyway, we had hoped that we could obliterate that danger of figure A being announced as against figure B that was seen at the polling unit. We had hoped that we would obliterate that danger because the nation tried to keep away from the devil of go to court, like what happened in 2023. You are not happy with the results announced and they tell you go to court. So where does that leave us?
For you to have a clear picture of what has happened in polling, in the polling unit A and polling unit B and whatever, but not necessarily you will see what has happened. Assuming in this place were to be a polling unit, we would have had the opportunity of watching it being displayed. But then it's not meant to calculate whether it is you leading or I leading as a matter of fact.
So that leaves us in the hands of the chances of a human error at the risk of
and that is why people kept protesting at the gate of the national because if an opportunity was provided like the way they had it to amend the 2022 Act, Electoral Act, now we are going to amend the 2022 Electoral Act, looking at some of the lapses we experienced in 2023.
Yes.
An opportunity has been provided.
So why not do it right?
Yes,
why not do it right? I see the Nigeria's development as it were is being hampered by the very same people who are entrusted with the responsibility of ensuring the development. Because if the National Assembly had gotten this right in line with the yearnings of the public, we would have crossed this hurdle and the future elections become easy. If the man at the heads of affairs and those who were in the election situation in 2023 and before they said it is possible to do an e-transmission and get it right across the nation, why then would the politicians tell us it's not possible?
That is it.
Or do they have all their sense?
The politicians are afraid of losing if the act were to be amended
in the grand design.
Because they thrive in the shortcomings of the law. That's what they take advantage of the lacuna that exists in the law. take advantage over us, and then they
force themselves on the people.
Yes. They know what they are really doing, not that they don't know.
In the grand design, the interest of the country.
Like in 21st century, we are still talking about manual coding.
About manual codation of the
somebody is up for a particular.
And that is why the people there needs to be a convergence of pressure between members of the charge you saw at the gates of the National Assembly, and it's just a pocket of protest.
That was enough to tell them that indeed we are not so satisfied.
We are not looking at what is enough to tell them. We are looking at them doing the right thing. And I see poor sensitization across the nation as regards what is being done and the dangers of what is being done. There is not enough citizen education among the population, among the voters, eligible voters, to tell them, listen, these are the dangers of what the political class is doing. This is what they want to achieve as against what we want. So that there will be that convergence of pressure from the citizen. Like, see, we employ these people, we pay them. They are not our lords. As a matter of fact, the citizen is the lord over these people. So these people are supposed to do the interest of the citizen as against the narrow interest they are pursuing right now, to bring themselves back to power. Take for instance the Senate president. If you look at the 2023 election, he never contested for senatorial.
Yes.
He was busy pursuing a presidential ambition.
And he had a placeholder. The placeholder was Jimbo. I interviewed Jimbo. At the Eagle Square, who was standing in for senatorial contest in the
senatorial district.
Yes. So I knew he was only being used as a placeholder. The law of that particular act they have been actually stopped them from doing that. But because they are placed in the society as kings, so they will not decide what it turned out to be. They will argue it in a way that the judges will not see in that perspective and rule in their favor. Jimbo stepped aside. Akpabio then came, took the matter to court, only for us to not see him actually given the mandate to become the senator that the way he is. Not just being even the principal officer number 3 in the line of Jimbo was rewarded with the House of Representatives. Do you understand?
But that gives you a picture.
You can see how it is. Now that this 2026 Act is operational, so to speak, and the first testing ground for this is the area council election that we are holding today. Like I said, like you have been saying that rather, accreditation will be starting 8:30, and then by hopefully everything would have been done by 2:30 today. In this election that we're really going. Like I said, it's very crucial in the sense it's fundamental to the minister. The election highly fundamental to his own administration as the minister of the FCT, and probably as a governor of the state of the so-called state that is called as FCT administration. The ruling party will fail in this election. Like I told you, 19 out of we have ADC, that's African Democratic Congress.
ADC.
That is the one that is pursuing or lagging. Why this one? I must say the other one is.
And we also have a court party.
And then we have a court party. We also have Social Democratic SDP. We have YPP. We have very many of them. But the question here is, Dr. Joshua, by taking the holistic assessment, take for instance AMAC, all these political parties that we have so far mentioned have their candidates either for chairmanship or probably for councillorship. Do you look at them likely to to make a major outcome in this election?
Okay, here's what I think. The FCT election will be decided largely not on the lines of political parties. It will be decided on along the lines of the candidates, individual candidates. Now, the demography of FCT is going to play a significant role in who is voted in or not, except if the minister of the FCT works hand in hand with, of course I'm not preempting, but flowing from where we've been in Nigeria, except where the state interferes unscrupulously. Otherwise, it will be individual candidates.
Are you serious? Absolutely. I'm saying the demography determines not by the...
I will tell you something.
Yes.
You see, if you check the demography of the FCT,
yes,
that new group has a larger population in the FCT.
Too close to call.
The Igbos have a large population
in cities,
in settlement. Yeah, not on the fringes.
But when you talk about the fringes, when you talk about the fringes,
even at the fringes,
you find very few of them at the fringes.
It depends on where you go. It depends on where you go. If you go to some of these villages, beside the indigenous population, I can tell you that the less population in the FCT that will tell how this vote will go are the Igbos.
Are you sure?
That I know for sure. And I was discussing with one of a chairman of one of the political parties just yesterday on this upcoming election. And from the statistics we had on the table, it became clear that except there is state interference, small or these other political parties, ACORD or ADC, may take the day.
ACORD or
ADC may take the day.
Over and above
APC. APC's performance in this election may be determined by how well the state plays its card.
I don't really think so.
Okay.
I don't really think so. If you had followed the trajectory of the pattern that builds up to where we are today, you might not get it right like the way you are saying. Why am I saying so? Let's take Amak for instance. Amak, that's Abuja municipal area. That's the seat of the power is here in area 10. Do you remember that the president, the incumbent chairman of that particular council, in the person of Christopher Zaka Mekalangu, was formerly a member of PDP, and he continued to remain PDP for quite a very long time. At about the time APC was to organize primaries to determine their flag bearers across the 6 area council for this election today, PDP, he knew that he was not going to win if he had remained in that contest on the platform of PDP. So what did he do? 3 weeks to the area council primaries, that using delegates, determining the outcome, who then will go to flag bearer. In 3 weeks, Mekalango all the 6 area councils, whereby there are so many in their numbers in the whole of 6 area council is one, that they voted against their own son to allow Obika to win. Until one Obika won, that they are now biting, they are gnashing their fingers. Now they are doing door-to-door campaign. Are you listening?
I will see.
Door-to-door campaign, the badges, because they noticed their mistake in the last election 2023, and they really wanted to repeat itself in this area council.
Okay.
Do that. So it's going to be a very big tax if a person who is not completely a baggy man, that you feel the number of Igbos and other tribes, either the Hausas and other minor tribes, coexist here, will not play a very big card at the end of the day. This election that we are now, we'll be watching very shortly what's actually going on at the polling unit. You will not say Igbo will have a Don't forget the Igbos are equally business. Who knows whether they are opening their shop?
Of course, you know they can.
You see the
No, let's not go there. we know already that the FCT administration has imposed a curfew. But a 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
What did you see on the road?
What was on the road? Of course, people are going to work. We are here every day.
Cars are like, going around on Mondays.
It could also be that those cars you saw were going on essential duties like you yourself.
Yes.
It could also be. It does not necessarily mean that shops will be open. But the point is that this election may not be defined. Yes, in some areas, in some clusters, the indigenous population will have its way in some clusters. But except the state interferes, I see Amak Buhari Area Council being hotly contested if the state does not interfere.
If the state does
not interfere, the indigenous population will not carry the day.
Are you serious?
Absolutely.
Let me tell you one thing. Of course, the states will monitor. I wouldn't know the angle they are coming from, whether it will interfere. The interference, with the use of the word interference, I don't know. But a candidate. APC, they collapse the entire structure for the APC candidate with the minister there. And he told them that they are their mentees, he's their mentor. Let them study the way he plays his politics. The mentees should study the mentor. And yet,
yes.
So if the process starts like the way it started, collapsing the structure for so person, and then even making, like in Buhari for instance, the indigenous population were all rally around him. Just last week, towards this election as we are today, Supreme Court ruled, step it down, and then hosted Joshua as a true flag bearer of the what's it called, of the
party.
What does that want to tell?
You see, other things being equal. Okay, of course I get your drift, and the challenge of course will be the decapitation of the votes of other candidates across party lines. The SDP, the Accord, and the ADC, they will not have a bulk vote. They will not, because their supporters will have to vote for them individually.
Yeah. Gives you an idea of how election might happen in 2027, where you have these contestations around people like Peter Obi and many other Atuku and all that. Buhari appears to be a miniature of what we are going to see in 2027.
It's a microcosm of the larger Nigeria.
Of Nigeria. Now let me give you an instance. You would have expected that if Shokolo was denied that mandate, despite the effort and the acceptability he had from his people, you would have expected some kind of a protest vote in Buhari against APC. Assuming, why is this so? Because ADC would have been the next option. I might not talk too much about Social Democratic Party. Social Democratic Party, they call him Dr. Simon. He was equally there in Buhari, the last grand finale kind of campaign we noticed in Buhari. But the baggies that they dominate Buhari Area Council by their numbers, their population, might not actually go for an protest and interference. In what areas are you looking at?
Of course, interference will be at the collation center. Where else will it be?
What about vote bank?
That has been going on. I can tell you authoritatively that even as we speak right now, people surrender their PVC for money ahead of the presidential election, even ahead of the governorship elections for 2027. I was somewhere in Nasarawa State on the borders of Abuja, and I saw people coming with their PVCs. They would surrender their PVCs, their name will be written down, and a certain amount will be given to them.
Imagine.
So I engaged them in the conversation for presidential election, ahead of presidential election. 2027, next year. Absolutely, next year. So I engaged them in a conversation. We are collecting PVCs. Where is happening? Is INEC retrieving the PVCs? And the man said, no. We are doing it for, of course, he spoke in Hausa. This is coming next year.
That's election.
That's election coming next year. I said 2027 election, we already collected PVCs.
From their owners.
From their owners.
By payment.
By payment, and the payment is by installment. We will give you a fraction now.
We enjoy for now.
And when the time comes,
we do. Benefit. Even aside from, we are still looking at the area council election that's ongoing now. While we talk about, interference from the state to bring about the outcome of the result, we are likely to see at the end of the day by the coalition center when the results are sorted out and announcement is made. We are likely going to be surprised, or it will be springing surprises. Who have been there monitoring or putting things in order so that the outcome will now work in their own favor. Let me be clear to you. Like in AMAC, which AMAC stands out to be FCT, because nearly everything that we talk about Abuja is domiciled in AMAC.
AMAC is a nerve center.
Nerve center of all the 6 area councils. The one that's lagging behind is maybe Buhari. Any other one that they are peasant farmers. Now look at it. The key factors, key individual personalities, they have been speaking for quite some time till today. That for any other person coming out from anywhere, and I will call it the former chairman of Abuja Municipal Area Council, I'm talking about Abdullahi Ademo Candido. You know him. He ruled for 6 years or 6 years or thereabout as the chairman before he handed over to Makalango as he is today. He said, appealing, not forcing, that we know that this place that is called FCT, Abuja, is for everybody. Whether you are coming from Lagos or you are coming from Sokoto or Kano or wherever, as much as you are here, you automatically become a citizen and you have that right, equal right to contest election here. And he was like saying, this opportunity of becoming chair, meet people there.
And they will meet people there.
Yes.
And then when they meet people there and the people say, okay, an election comes up and he that came from somewhere decides to say, okay, because I'm a Nigerian. And do not forget, this argument negates the provisions of the Constitution that stipulates that every Nigerian is equal and has the right to live in any part of the country.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. And be treated as a citizen.
Yes.
Now, that argument falls short of that provision of the Constitution. Okay. Now, if you come from anywhere, okay, you are contributing to the local economy. You are helping to grow the FCT. You are a law-abiding citizen of the FCT. Yes. You are not a criminal. Okay. Yes. And you say, I run my business here. Probably I train my children here. Let me also bring my ideas to develop. You are not taking the land from them. And you say an election provides itself for context. You, the indigenous person, myself, the supposed visitor, as I get the spirit of the Constitution, we throw open the contest field. You don't need to argue anything. You have let's contest our popularity. If you are popular, so should we say, sorry to say this, should we say because of this kind of argument, Abuja should be an indigenous person who has a record, an anti-social record, versus a visitor who's upright, versus a visitor who's upright. Therefore, the indigenous person with an anti-social record should be allowed to lead others. That's the case. You have socially upright. Dr. Joshua, you have actually put so many things in that kind of
that kind of argument. Look at it. If Igbos are found in their numbers, which of course they are, if Igbos are found in their numbers in Kano, which of course they are, if Igbos are found in their numbers in Kaduna, which of course they are, tell me of all the representation at the local level to the state assemblies of those states, if at all you have ever had a name of an Igbo man being a member of state assembly representing either Jama local government.
It happened, I think it happened in Lagos.
That was when Nigeria was.
That was when Nigeria was Nigeria.
Yes, that was when Nigeria was Nigeria. Today, sentiments and parochial interests and then greediness has only taken over the psyche of every individual.
Okay, perfect.
The psyche of every individual. But now this argument made by a candidate, that's at the candidate, making that argument by appealing to other people who are not indigenous people here, to allow their people to contest. That is bring about that in Kano, they cannot go to Kano and contest. Can a Bajiman go to Kano and contest simply because that's a law that says wherever you live, you become
a top sin.
Not just in FCT, not just FCT.
Are we a country?
You have to define it.
Are we?
I'm making this argument so that people will get to understand basically how the pattern of this election will look like.
No, I say that this argument goes beyond the FCT election. It is emasculating the soul of the nation. Tribalism and religious sentiment is now being elevated against our constitution. The constitution made it very clear as to who is a Nigerian and as to what is Nigeria. Now, elevating this kind of argument to public space and giving it prime space in conversation is negating it is amplifying the very fault lines that push the country down the cliff. If Nigeria is Nigeria,
I'm sure, Dr. Joshua, we are just making this argument because we call it sits in level, the situation at hand that's making me to agree that we are all one.
No, you see,
the situation at hand.
I have always argued.
The situation at hand.
Remember I'm from the east.
Yes.
Remember I'm from the east.
Yeah.
Remember I've spent most of my life in the north. And then I have done businesses, traveling across the country. I have met Nigerians. As I speak with you, my wife is not from the east.
That one is given to you now.
She's from the north. The point I am making is that
from the time when we are in Stone Age.
Perfect.
Marry everybody.
Perfect. But the point I'm making is that if we must exist as a nation, we must de-emphasize on those sentiments that draw a fault line among us.
But not now.
It has to start now. If it doesn't start now, we will live long enough to see that day.
There are many factors, Dr. Joshua, Kenneth, Bennett. There are many factors that cannot work successfully under certain factors that are considered to be pillars of the determinants of how things are supposed to be in this country. I must tell you the truth.
How do you work?
Let me tell you, ethnicity, religiosity, and regionality are major factors. This tripod stand where others come to rest.
So how do we function as a nation?
Now the psyche of the Nigerian has to be reworked.
So how do you start that reworking process?
How will you want people are benefiting from it?
How do we start the reworking?
Benefiting from it.
People will always benefit from a fault line.
In a system where it's not working, there are people who are benefiting from the system that's not working. When the system does not work for everybody, then somebody or some persons are benefiting on that lack for himself. And that's exactly what we are today.
So can we talk the way forward on this subject matter?
Yes.
Let's talk the way forward. Now, granted that there are people who are benefiting from this lopsidedness of the system, but how do we get out of this loophole to building a stronger nation, a nation not of our drills, You and I, we have found ourselves at a time when the country is crying for salvation. How do we create a system that will bring that salvation and create a Nigeria that our children will be proud to be part of?
That is it.
How do we do that? Now, for me, how we should do that is to begin to de-emphasize on this. I think that whoever makes an argument along religious and ethnic line is making a weak argument.
But that's what it is. That's what it is.
It is what we see today. But we need to go. We need to meditate out of this.
When can we really do that?
It starts from now. It starts from this conversation we are having. The tomorrow begins now. As a matter of fact, the future of Nigeria begins today. And that is why we must use opportunities like this you have to begin to project ideas that are contrary to the ideas of those who are benefiting from the rot in the system. A man calls out, if you have, politics is a popularity contest. It is a popularity contest. Now, you want to contest an election and you believe that you are an indigenous person. Your people know you. Indigenous voters know you. And these indigenous voters have the voting strength. Mr. Thompson, you really need to project this argument. You will do your homework. And then let him, whoever comes from whoever come contest with you. And let's see how it goes.
Dr. Joshua, if the system were to be good, collapsing of the structure to another political party, asking this person to step aside for, and then you move.
It's a recipe for disqualification.
But that is not where I'm coming. It's already an indication of how rotten the system is.
But how do we get out of it?
But how do we get out of it? Take for instance Mekalangu, who is today the candidate for the APC in Abuja Municipal Area Council, AMAC. From those areas, starting from Karu, that's Karu site, all the way to Nyanya, all the way to Jikwe, all the way to Kashi, and then you came in to come back. I will continue because let's just put on two things together. I will continue from the way I started, so that those who are really watching ASO television or listening to ASO radio, wherever you might be, you know what ASO radio is actually doing today for us to understand the things that are really needed to get what we should get as a people. So number one, this is Fct Decides. My guest is Dr. Joshua. Better putting things in the right perspective for us to understand. Don't go away. We shall return as quickly as possible. Stay tuned.
We are a nation blessed with people of diverse cultures, religions, languages, and opinions. It is ironic that we are now being ripped apart by our greatest strength, our diversity. We have allowed intolerance, insensitivity, bigotry, and nepotism to blind our vision of the greatness we can achieve working together as one. We may not have the same culture, nor religion, nor language, but we all belong to the same nation by the divine will of God. We did not choose to be Nigerians. Nigeria chose us. This nation is our divine heritage, and if we open our eyes, we would realize that what divides us pales in comparison to what unites us. And by the comparison and conciliation of our differences, we will grow until our differences disappear. Our unity cannot be willed by mere declarations, nor do we get unity by ignoring the questions that beg for answers. We must celebrate our diversity and debate our differences without fracturing our unity. Our strength is not in our numbers, but in our unity, because even the weak become strong when united. Nigeria unite.
This message is brought to you by Abuja Broadcasting Corporation, owners and operators of ASO Radio 93.5 FM Abuja, ASO Television DSTV Channel 392, Star Times Terrestrial, Channel 127, Free TV, Channel 507, People's TV, Channel 285, and UHF, Channel 38.
The challenge of Nigeria as a free state in 20th century Africa is the need to revive the stature of man in Africa and restore the dignity of man in the world. Nigerians believe passionately in the fundamental human rights. We regard all races of the human family as equal. Under no circumstance shall we accept the idea that the black race is inferior to any other race. I appeal to all our leaders, far and near, to forget the wounds which were inflicted in cause of our internecine altercations. The love of our country should outweigh the love of our petty selves. The enjoyment of individual freedom under the law should mean more to us than our self-centered party programs and manifestos. Common dangers and common enemies alert us on the need for common security. Come and join Abubakar with me, Sadauna, Awolowo, Akitola, Ofarebe, Okpara, Itoku, Aminu Kano, Ibrahim Imam, and Taka. Let us bind the nation's wound and let us heal the breaches of the past so that in forging our nation, there shall emerge on this continent a hate-free, fear-free, and greed-free people who shall be in the vanguard of a world task force whose assignment is not only to revive the stature of man in Africa, but to restore the dignity of man in the world.
Welcome back to this great discussion we're holding. Is Fct Decides, the area council election is ongoing. We told you at the beginning of this program, live and direct, that ASO Radio is covering every aspect of this election across the 6 area councils. We have our reporters all over the place to monitor and then to give us the feedback of what's actually happening in most of these area councils today. My guest is in the studio. We've been doing it, and in the presence of Dr. Joshua Bennett, analyzing it in the right perspective. Don't forget that at the point in time, we are going to be receiving calls and then, some kind of short videos to tell us basically what's happening in most of these area councils election today. Don't forget, like I told you, there are 282 polling units, with 1.5 million people to decide who gets what at the end of the day. And we've been analyzing. We have the 6 area councils. We have Amma, we have Buhari, we have Kwali, we have Kuje, we have Abaji, and Gogolata. These are the 6 area councils. But fundamentally, today, the government has actually advised people to stay indoors. Only for those who are on essential duties are expected to come out to carry out what they have been assigned to do, making sure that all shops, are locked. I believe in due course our reporters are going to tell us how they see, the city, whether people are out or they are not out. Maybe because of one thing or the other, people see they open their shops, or maybe one day they were like they were coming this morning. Joshua, is there any information, on this wonderful exercise today that appears to be like a litmus test? For the first time, the minister of the FCT, not just being the governor, but being the minister of FCT, supervising this election. Do you see people really coming out as it is expected of them?
Yeah, from the reports that are coming in, people are interested in the election, but we are also hearing that this is about 1 hour since they said since they announced accreditation was commenced. 8:30, and this about 9:30 a.m. and the reports coming in says at many of the polling units INEC staffs have not even arrived, not to talk of setting up the facilities for accreditation. So
the time now is almost to 10.
Yes, it's almost to 10. So this is a downside to it. It is one of the logistic challenges that the nation has been facing the conduct of election. I'm hoping that the commission will be able to address this speedily, so that the conduct of this exercise could be done within a controlled time frame, and so that the collation and the announcement of result will not stretch into a time that people will begin to speculate, that unhealthy assumptions will begin to creep into the entire arrangement. And this brings me to
is it possible, as much as accreditation should have started 8:30 and they delayed, like for instance now we are seeing to 10 o'clock, like 10 a.m. and they're supposed to have stopped the exercise by 2:30. Is it possible for those who have been accredited but they are yet to start to go beyond 2 o'clock? It's possible.
Yeah, of course, it's possible for those who have been accredited but elections are yet to start. It's possible for you to go beyond 2 o'clock. It all boils down to logistic issues, and it also boils down to the atmosphere at the various polling units. I'm hoping that security agencies will be up to the task, to control pockets of disturbances where they are, because this will also go to tell when this exercise should end. If, for instance, in polling unit 105, speaking hypothetically, in polling unit 105, that the presiding officers and his team arrived on time, did accreditation on time, and then all of a sudden there is disturbance in that polling unit, and it took security agencies about maybe 30 minutes, 1 hour or thereabout to control the situation. The proper voting itself could spill beyond the given time frame.
30.
Yes. So we are hoping that these concerns are addressed. Although it's good news that at this time no news has come in of any form of disturbance in any of the polling units. Yeah. What we are getting is that the people are trooping out to vote. The election materials are arriving. However, in some places they are arriving a bit later than planned.
What about shops? Do you?
I remember, yes, just yesterday I was going through a press release from the senator representing the FCT, distinguished Senator Ireti Kidide, and part of her concern was that the holistic curfew put in place by the FCT administration was unwarranted. Okay. The reason what should have happened? Okay, I think there should have been. Well, I don't know the exchange, the exchange between the FCT administration, the stakeholders conducting the election, the political parties, and security agencies. I believe there would have been a forum for such kind of meetings. So
was she of the opinion maybe they should have been?
First she said that the policy by the FCT administration was unilateral. That the FCT minister did not consult widely with stakeholders.
What is stakeholders in the first place?
Political parties are. She's also a stakeholder because she's the senator representing the
minister will ask her whether or not we should.
I don't want to go into
to find out
this
so that people will understand. For her to say probably she didn't like the way they finally declared the holiday, which means they should have allowed people to move.
Yes, her argument was also that there are persons in the city whose livelihood depends on coming out every day. That was her argument. Such persons can only feed when they come out. And she said it was going to affect the economic fortune of the city, at least for today, and for how long she thinks, I don't know. But I think that is one side of it. But the reports that are coming in talks about shops and markets being open. Yes, shops and markets being open. If that is the case, I really don't see much the big deal in it. Whether the security agency should be up and doing.
Yeah, I agree with you, because if the shops are set to be open on a day like this, it means that this is local government election. I'm talking about local government, not the local council as it's being called here in FC. Nigerians show interest only when it is presidential, and that's what it is. And that's why if the shops are open, some people say councillor, chairman.
And what they don't know is that is actually where the real election should be. Because we operate a system where the federating units come to the center at the end of every month. Money is released from the Revenue Mobilization and Fiscal Allocation Commission to the federating units. Okay, the state gets theirs, the local government gets theirs. Nigerians should be concerned with who becomes local government chairman, like today's own. Who becomes the state governor, who becomes the local government chairman, the general local government executive. Because that goes to tell if the money that comes to the local government or to the area council from the central post will be used to the betterment of the people. So Nigeria should be concerned. The flip side of it again is, if the shops are open, I don't think it negates the election process and the voting process. People who go, cast their votes, and go do their business.
Maybe like the way you mentioned, if the electoral officers are yet to go to the polling units and then set the ball rolling by providing necessary tools that will be used for the election, maybe people must have really come out from their homes to participate at polling unit A, only to discover that they are yet to come with the material.
And they say that they will take care of other things
here for some time, and realizing to a point that the officials are not yet there. Maybe the shop is very close, but he goes there, stays open and stays waiting when they come. That's so it is quite very important for those who are said to be umpire or officials of the election, like this today is, need to put things in order. But I'm even surprised that with the briefing provided to journalists yesterday, where the chairman, the commissioner rather, categorically stated that everything, the materials that are meant for election, that is sensitive materials like the ballot papers, the result sheets, the beavers, and all these things, they have been distributed. And I think I was there, they're using the rake. The rake is using this association of road transport workers.
Yes, RTEAN.
These people, these are the ones that they have gone to the Central Bank of Nigeria, where those materials were there. And then they carry them, and I saw vehicles, very many in their number, filled up with these materials in the area 10. INEC office, FCT INEC office, ready to be dispatched to all the 6 area councils and the wards. So what would have been the reason that, but anyway, we are just speculating. But let me just hope that our reporters who are all over the place will at the point give us vivid account of what is happening. Well, it's quite very fundamental that materials ought to have been in place on time. The accreditation will start as early as 8:30. Now it's 10 o'clock, or they are about to 10 o'clock. A few minutes to 10 o'clock. And the delay might not be too good. And that will not make the announcement to equally delay. If everything is set to be in place, it's the opportunity for the coalition to start on time. And that will be for us.
And it also furthers voters' confidence in the process. Now, beyond the road Road Transport Employers Association of Nigeria partnering with ENEC to distribute these materials. There's also the human side of it. The officers, the personnel that are going to manage these resources and voters, where do they stay versus where are they deployed? If, for instance, let's say what is happening in Karu sites here in Amak, if the presiding officer in polling unit 001, a survey with copper or a survey with corp member stays in, let's say he stays in somewhere is about close to a kilometer to his area of deployment.
Oh, yes.
That's going to pose a challenge at a time when movement is restricted. So how does he get there in record time?
That's another thing.
So while INEC is doing this calculation, I should think INEC should also begin to think of a safe accommodation for those who will conduct this election
very close to
their polling unit.
Properly labeled, monitor on their special duties.
So that these people will get there on time, just as the material gets there on time. Because if the accreditation and the voting process begins on time, collation finishes on time, results are announced on time, it increases the confidence in the minds of the electorate. So there is a set of components necessary to increase voter confidence in the process and to reduce the mere voter apathy that we may see in the national elections. So INEC, yes, it is a continuous process, but these are some of the things you will begin to factor in. The INEC budget that was, was screened by the National Assembly, by the Committee of the National Assembly.
Was it about 84 trillion or whatever?
You saw things like INEC Hospital and the rest of them.
Yes.
And what came to my mind quickly when the matter of INEC Hospital came up was, could it be, much as we don't encourage it, could INEC be looking into the chances of what if there is violence during election? They should have a specialized hospital that will give their staff emergency treatment to the staff. But where will this hospital be located? Will it be located in the 774 local government cut across the nation? Or will it just be in Abuja? So that is a big elephant project. I think most of these things should the allocation for this kind of thing should be channeled towards logistics and welfare.
Now, Dr. Joshua, look at the lineup of this area council election, the FCT. As they built up to where we are today, we never saw female candidates, coming up to buy form, or either they bought form, they were not made to become the flag bearers for the contest today. Why is this so? I mean, if you look at the rate of those who participate in voting, women have this interest to vote than men. Even in the last exercise, in the registration exercise, both online and physical capturing for this election that made 1.5 million people to vote, women were higher in number than men, but they could not fill in their candidate. Maybe they're only running mates, or either what we call it today, the
vice chairmanship. I think there are a couple of factors that test to that. You also want to look at the economic side of it. Okay, it takes a sizable chunk of money to buy these forms. How many women have this? Politics in this part of the country, you have to have a big war chest. So how many women have this large war chest to start with? And how many women have what it takes to lobby and win the confidence of the stakeholders, to buy their trust, to throw in their hearts and support them in election? I think more and more women need to begin to come out. Okay, we need to have a change of the narrative That is one. And then secondly, we also need to call on the men, those who are stakeholders and determinants, who eventually emerges flag bearers of political parties. We need to call on them to, especially those of them who have these strong cultural leanings, these misogynist cultural leanings. We need to understand that Nigeria has come of age to give female candidates the opportunity to showcase what they have, to contribute, to bring value to the table in writing Nigeria's developmental story. So
as low as being a councillor?
Yeah, it takes money to do that, and it takes capacity to be able to talk to people, take away emotion, speak to people's reasoning as to why you want to contest this election, as to what you have to bring on board, different from what. It takes capacity to play the politics involved in it. It takes capacity to come out there and discuss at the level of intellectual conversation, capacity, money, the lobbying skills, the political skills to do that. And there are women out there who have this. They should look beyond the vice chairmanship slots. The vice chairmanship slot is, I consider it on the one hand as a way of giving, I see it as a misogynist way of giving women, pretending to lean towards women. But why are they a number in terms of registration? Did they have registration is free? It doesn't cost them anything. So does it come out the number? Is it not free from men? Why are they not the numbers? And because, well, I don't know about men. It's in fruit, right? Whatever, the lowest fruit, the low-hanging fruit in this conversation would be the men are out there in the street looking for what to sustain their families with. But there are also a lot of women out there in the street looking for what to sustain their families. But the larger population of, the largest number is lies on the part of women who have more time in their hands to register, and get their voters card. However, we are hoping, of course, that going forward, especially ahead of the presidential election, I am looking forward to women understanding that it is time they have come of age to contest these elections. And instead of balkanizing their population along different political lines, if they find a woman who they believe has what it takes to contest this, they should throw their weight behind it. The question I want to find out is why many of these councils, like in Amak and I think in Abaji, it's only in Buhari I know for sure that the current chairman is on the ballot because he's serving his last tenure. So he's not on ballot. But most of these people, I wonder how many these people at the end of the day were the ones who finally are becoming flag bearers of their political parties, particularly in APC. In Ahmad, we saw Mekalangu. I think in Abaji, there's one somebody, is it Abubakar Musa or so, who is the current chairman of Abaji, very contesting. Is it because there's so much money to be expended in an election like the way we are today, that they feel maybe the party will not sit and put this 2+2 to give them 4. Let use somebody who has the power, to turn around things for the party to get what they want. Well, that is what it is. Like I said earlier, politics in this part of the world is capital intensive, and not just in this part of the world. Generally, politics is capital intensive. So political parties, the nomination form from political parties are sold at high cost to start with. Beyond buying the nomination form, there is the politics of it also. The lobbying, the consultation with stakeholders, the what have you, all this involves money. You go to see the party chairman, you don't go empty-handed. You know, like now that Salah is coming up, okay, there is a need to say party chairman, extend the hand of felicitation to the party chairman, and it's not just in words and text. You send, because the party chairman also have people who come to him. He has visitors, he has guests, they need to be entertained. Okay, and even when the party chairman is to go on consultation on your behalf as an aspirant before becoming a candidate, he does not go empty-handed. He also goes to those higher than him with something all the while. So he comes, and then you have your supporters, your support groups, different support groups. They come paying you visit. It takes money also, and we are talking about millions here. It takes money, and then when it comes to the election proper, you come up with your logistical concerns, e.g. you have shirts, crested caps, crested souvenirs. You have cars to buy, cars to crest as well, to brand and the rest of them. All these come with money, so it takes a big war chest to do that. I should say that the women, those who have, even if they don't have the big war chest, if they have access to supporters, to funds from support groups or from individuals to run this race, it's high time they look beyond vice chairmanship. Vice chairmanship is a soft pedal towards female affirmation.
Yeah, because you look at the FCT as it is, if not for the fact that the minister, who's considered to be an achiever in terms of infrastructural development, do you see this chairman, either those who are not going to come but they have been there, and those who are contesting? We see some of these places that are doing someone that I was expecting, places like, for instance, Amak, where Mekalangu rulership extends all to Kashi, and then getting closer to Zuba, the way the day, all this, to be under Amak. But most of these places, the streets, the power supply continues to dwindle to a level that as if there's no government. Look at Old Cairo. This is our axis. You see the refuse dumps filled up with these refuse uncleared,
constituting health hazards,
even blocking the road for motorists to use. If not for the fact that the minister has turned around the city center, and even I'm going to understand that he extends most of this development into some of these rural areas ought to have been done by the chairman. Yet these guys, they get allocations monthly, of course, for them to use such allocations for the development of the
well, so we should ask ourselves, is the allocation they get, is it for overhead costs or for capital projects?
There must be.
It could be.
It cannot just be for Concord, and what's it called?
Concurrent. Yes. See, the truth is, if Nigeria's federalism is to be operated the way it should be operated, the minister is in the status of a state governor.
Yes.
And then you have the area council executives. Most of what the minister does today ought to be done by the area council executives. E.g., road construction into area councils. These are jobs of the area council executives,
yes,
not the minister. Okay? But you and I, of course, know that in a state,
during this is in markets, it is all mashy. water blockades everywhere. You hardly can put your leg.
One other thing,
and just it will not take them, time and money to put gravels on some of these places.
The priority of people in government is different from the priority of the citizen. The priority of people in government is oftentimes showmanship, something that gives them the opportunity to explain away the funds that came into the coffers of the states. But as for the minister, he's doing good in terms of road infrastructure. What I've seen him do so far good is road infrastructure, and then building.
And most of these chairmen, they hide under that.
I will also ask, how much goes to the area councils of the FCT from the FCT administration, from the FCT board?
It's a million.
Now, the million cities is it for recurrent expenditure or for capital projects?
I don't know whether it's for recurring, but of course, it is a million. They must have. They cannot be elective without giving them money for capital and overhead.
It's just
aside from the
we cannot buy the man's hair in his absence. It is also for them to be given the opportunity to explain what comes to them, and then we can begin the process of analyzing. If A comes to you, why didn't you do CDE? Then they explain to us why they didn't do CDE. As a people within job.
Most of the times when they were coming for campaign, when they are playing their jingles, trying to lose support for this election today, we hear them talking about allocation given to the current chairman in those area councils for those who are campaigning against them. Their opponents are saying much money is given to them, but there's nothing to show.
But again, it's
nothing to show.
It's politics. I have learned.
If it is true that nothing to show, it means the person campaigning to become like the way this person is must have actually done a little bit of this investigation to know that there's much money given to every chairman every month. But at the end, nothing is shown to the people. To an extent, schools, for instance, children are still sitting on the floor. Or either the windows are removed or the roofs are not there. And they were expecting the minister to be doing that. Meanwhile, the allocation is, I have had that opportunity to interview some of them, and they keep complaining, talking about the allocation given to them, and nobody does anything with this money. Only at the end, we see them driving luxurious cars and living in fine houses, and in leaving us struggling in situations that we cannot really.
And it is also it goes to tell the absence of accountability, of a mechanism for accountability. Part of the reason I made the earlier arguments I made as regards leaving the indigenous population to be the chairman and what have you of the cities is what you just said. Well, oftentimes it comes with a sense of entitlement that the money released, instead of using it to develop the place, is an entitlement for the person. Okay, so there is the need to properly monitor them. Okay, and such monitoring should go beyond, because as visitors, when visitors begin to monitor them, it creates a recipe for crisis with the host community, because the elected representatives lose the sentiments of vulnerable members of the host demography. That so much so that we begin to see the tendency of a social unrest, a clash between the visitors and the host community. So to solve that problem, the FCT administration should come up with a standard for accountability, where elected representatives must account periodically, whether quarterly or yearly or whatever it is, what they did with monies disbursed to them. let the process of probity begin from the center, the FCT administration that has the powers to check them. If you leave this at the mercy of the local population, there is a tendency for clash. And I don't think that is what we are looking for.
I agree with you, because but again, you know, some of these to really check whether or not the money appropriated for them is actually used judiciously for the benefit of the residents is another thing to be considered. But because we're living in a country where hunger is weaponized, hunger is okay. Let's just see how this caller is there. Hello. Yeah, how are you? That should be Obi, right? Obi, how are you today?
Right now I'm currently standing in front of the palace of the owner of Abbott. Not so long ago, about 30 minutes ago, the only one just came out and he got himself said that I think for privilege of his age, he was allowed to cast his vote. But right now, as I'm talking to you, the population on the ground is, according to local, is 100%. The electioneering in Abuja. The turnout is very, very massive, and the coordination is top notch. In fact, all of the polling units I visit, at the central school in Abbott, we had voters who asked to spread the night. They break the elements in order to cast their vote this morning. Okay. This is also the level of commitment that is on ground. Meanwhile, I have a local who is here and would want to brief you on what is on ground based on about the witness. It's all right, Daniel. Go ahead. We can hear you. Hello?
Yeah. How are you?
Thank you. My name is Meka Victor.
All right, go ahead, Meka Victor.
Meka Victor, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I was just being interviewed by one of you, and I was trying to see how I did the election. I told him the election from all assessments is going to be one. Especially in the sense that there is a more crowd that turned out for the election. And what the point is is because there is big rivalry, among the contenders who are put to come from the county here. Because after the polling is structured between the county and the rural area. But the next time is the day to go out to strong contenders and from the county. And the two of them share very strong political history. So you can imagine. Hello?
Go ahead. You're on air.
The incumbent chairman at the team, his father was one time chairman of this area council. The other chapter was one time house member of this area council. The one from YTP was one time the chairman of total area council. The one from KDP, his uncle, was one time chairman of this area council and the only house member of this FCT. So they all both have political history. I think that political history is what has triggered the rivalry among them. That rivalry that they've been among them, you found people from Lagos, Kaduna, Port Harcourt have to fly back to their hometown to say that they can't do it. It's very interesting. It's very interesting.
So that's very good. So what can you really say, Emeka? What can you really say with the turnout of the people, and whether the materials meant for the voters to use, they are already on ground?
Our material for voting was strongly material for voting was strongly because of people.
Okay.
Most of them were able to deliver yesterday.
Okay, that's good. Emeka, hold on please. Have you been accredited?
Yes, I've done that.
You have done that?
I've even voted, yes.
Okay, have you voted?
Yes.
Oh, that's very interesting.
As their prediction, go and vote.
Okay, then hand over the microphone to our reporter. That's Daniel Obi.
Hello, Mr. Thompson.
Yes, Daniel Obi. Let's go.
I may have to reach back to the studio because the iPhone figure has just come in to the polling unit to cast his vote. So I have to get back to you.
Okay, you can always call back at any time you want to do so.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so very much for giving us. You happen to be the first person, with this wonderful update concerning what's happening there in Abaji. And I believe very many people are really waiting to do that. Our reporters are need to say. I have Jume. Jume is standing by. If she's ready, she can call back. She can call back and then contribute greatly. Just like the way Daniel will be. Excuse me, you listen to what this voter in Abaji said.
Yes.
He said the contestants who are looking for the chairmanship, they have political history. Each of them is laid claim that either his father was this, was that, and it's going to be very thinly contested, and I believe it's going to be tough for whichever political party one stands for.
My sympathy goes out to the Electoral Commission, and to the state. This election is an acid test to how 2027 will be. It will either put a dent to the integrity of the new INEC chairman and the commission itself, or it will boost public confidence in it. Now, imagine the fact that people had to travel back to Abuja for this election to make a statement as to who they want to be the next chairman. If that brings the result they want, a transparent result, it will be a thumbs up for INEC and for the FCT administration.
And I think INEC has really started very well because from comments made previously before today, the D-Day for this election, the INEC chairman, I'm talking about Professor Josh Ojo Amupton, clearly stated that he's working so hard to ensure that something very, very, very serious happen positively in the way it should be. Let's just find out more from our reporters that are found all over the place. Like I said at the beginning, we have just spoken with Daniel Obi, who covers Abaji. We've been expecting Jume. Jume is standing by. Jume is right now on the screen. Jume,
I am currently at Ogishiri Primary School, which is a location that has 7 polling units for the Abuja Municipal Area Council election 2026. And I interacted with some election observers, and they said materials arrived at 7:30. And as you can see behind me, a lot of voters are checking out their names on the list to be sure that they are eligible for accreditation at this center today. And generally it's a peaceful process, but a lot of voters also raised concerns that voting hasn't started yet. So we're still expecting more voters to come. And and if you also look around, security operatives are also on ground to make sure that there is a very swift electoral process today. So over to you in the studio.
I really enjoy you happen to be the first person who are watching on the screen on this wonderful election this morning, area council election. Where you are, Jimmy, can you tell us whether or not the materials meant for voters to use are there as quickly as possible? Because we are told that accreditation is supposed to have started by 8:30. Did you see anything like that, Jimmy?
I am currently at Ogishiri Primary School, which is a location that has 7 polling units for the Abuja Municipal Area Council election 2026. And I interacted with some election observers, and they said materials arrived at 7:30. And as you can see behind me, a lot of voters are checking out their names on the list to be sure that they are eligible for accreditation at this center today. And generally it's a peaceful process, but a lot of voters also raised concerns that voting hasn't started yet. So we're still expecting more voters to come. And and if you also look around, security operatives are also on ground to make sure that there is a very swift electoral process today. So over to you in the studio.
Thank you so very much, Jume. That's our reporter, Jume, an able reporter indeed. I think she's in the city center here, around the Metama, giving us the feed of what's actually happening at the field there. Doctor, you can watch her really doing great. Look at the people at the background, do so much to ensure that this election is considered to be the fairest as a matter of fact. But what we get today will be the outcome of what we're expecting to get in 2027. Though this is just a local government election. But again, like we often say, it creates an impression in the minds of Nigerians how it's going to be going forward.
What we get today is sustained and improved upon.
Yes.
We go to, give a rather good statement in 2027.
Yes.
Like I have maintained earlier, it will also, if INEC does a good job here, it will boost voter confidence in 2027.
Exactly.
If INEC does a bad job here, it will further create voter apathy, one. It will heat up the polity. It will create resentment from opposition political parties. So today's election, FCT election, is critical to one stabilizing the polity among others.
See on the screen, you can see on the screen the uploads of some of the events really happening at the polling units and those areas that we are really watching right now. That shows the readiness of Nigerians, of the residents I should say, of the FCT, making sure that indeed they all go out and participate in this civic responsibility that they place on us by the law to elect chairman and then to elect councillor for each of these 6 area councils. And like you have been mentioned, if INEC does it well, it will not tell how it will be in 2027.
Absolutely. I'm impressed with the voter turnout. It shows that the political parties did a good job in sensitizing their supporters. They did a good job, and that sensitization has created a confidence in the mind of the electorate to set aside whatever sentiment was heard before now about INEC and about the outcome of voting process. It has done that. So that's why you see people, from what we see on the screen, more and more persons are trooping to polling centers, to polling units to cast their votes. And please, I beg the authorities, let the confidence that the population is exercising towards INEC and towards the election process, let it be upheld, so that we do not go back to the dark days of history.
We can't really go back to the dark days. See people. Can you imagine that you can see the gathering of people at polling units is a clear indication, like you rightly mentioned, the readiness of these residents of Abuja to be part of this great success of this election today. The outcome determines what we get, and the outcome can only be when all of us, put more interest in what we're supposed to do as residents of Abuja. See this gathering like as if it's a campaign. That shows you that that all is getting hotter by the day. Like you said, political parties, they really created an awareness among their supporters. This awareness must have brought about what we are really watching today on the screen. I suspect these places, you can see the people there. You can see the people there. I guess it could be one of the area councils, either in Buhari or Gogalada or so. That shows an badge. All these places, like the way our reporter Daniel Obi categorically mentioned, that the crowd is so much that you cannot really imagine. And with the person who actually spoke to us when Daniel handed over the microphone to him, he said it's highly unprecedented that people even flew in for this contest. And that's why you can see that as if it's
I'm impressed at what I see on the screen. I'm impressed, and I see a cross section of Nigerians from different, of course, by their attire you could tell that they are from different religious meaning, in a peaceful environment, out to exercise their voting rights. The political parties, like I said earlier, and also INEC, and also civil society organizations, stakeholders played a very good role in ensuring that there is massive turnout into this exercise.
Massive.
And again, I have maintained over time, INEC, the burden of responsibility now is on INEC to ensure that this tempo is sustained going forward. Because these people who have come out, this population that have come out, believe that their choice will be respected. And that is why they came out this way. Yes. It is now in the place of INEC to indeed sustain the confidence that the electorates have reposed on them by coming out to vote.
If saying is to translate into reality, I think the National INEC Chairman, Professor Josh, has constantly been saying that he's not going to give Nigerians anything short of transparent, fair and credible election in 2027. And he said this particular area council election that we are right now, participating in it, is going to be a litmus test for what he is saying. So I think I have totally removed fear and doubt in my mind that even at the coalition and the coalition and sorting out the result and then eventually the announcement of these results will definitely be what people had really voted for. It wouldn't be like a short change. I don't think it is so. I don't think it's going to be like that. If saying it is to translate into reality, I want to hold it into confidence that indeed we are going to expect something very worthwhile at the end of this area council election.
I have always chosen to tread on the path of caution when it comes to rhetorics. Yes. I choose to be cautiously optimistic. Right. For me, I'm not going to say it is over until it is over. Yes. So the INEC chairman, respected INEC chairman, and all stakeholders involved in today's exercise, please ensure that the confidence that these people have, that the electorates have, that drove them to leaving whatever they are doing to come out here today and make a statement as to who they want to hold whatever office in this Fct election. Let that confidence count for something.
Exactly. ASO television as well as ASO radio, if you are not watching DSTV channel 392, that's the channel for you. If you are already clicking 392, that's ASO television. Or you are by your transistor, that's using the radio. Maybe you are there at the polling unit while getting prepared to cast your vote. The frequency is 93.5. That's ASO radio. We are being listened to across the 6 area council, even beyond the FCT, and we are watched globally. That's DSTV channel 392. You can see the display of our reporters across the 6 area councils, trying to ensure that they capture nearly everything that's happening at the polling unit. The turnout, the performance of the equipment, that's the political equipment deployed for this election, which is talking about the beavers. We want to see how much these beavers can perform, and then to be able to know how many people register at the polling unit. That's a fundamental. If you use beavers to register people, you should expect the same number to turn out, except less.
So we want to know the number of accredited voters, the number of registered voters, the number of accredited voters, and the number that voted, so that we are sure of the statistics that is being read out at the end of the day.
That's the most important thing. And I think it is on that perspective, on that premise, that the rec in the president of Malam Aminu, Kasim Idris, said, as you are voting, the result will be determined at the polling unit. You will know it. If party A is leading, you will know that party A is leading in that polling unit. But that's not the outcome of the result to finalize whether or not that party A will literally make the bid. That's not. So it's quite very important for us to know. First of all, the registered people. That's quite very fundamental. People have been registered a long time ago. Now the voting is coming. The registered people are expected to say come out in those numbers that they have registered, but it's not possible. Probably some people must have traveled out of Abuja.
A couple of factors might have taken.
So I now want to see the people now that have been accredited or to be accredited
for this particular voting exercise.
So I'm likely going to see only less, not over. Am I correct?
Yes, you are.
We can only see less of people, not over.
Less of registered voters, not over the number.
Over accredited. If that happens, then something fundamentally must really happen negatively in that system. And that requires being checked critically so that we come out with the way credible results.
Is there a way that at the polling unit, because accreditation begins and ends at a given time?
That is it.
Before the exercise begins.
No, I think as soon as to make it seamless and easy, as we are accrediting, it's important you just give the person the opportunity to vote and go.
Now, the window that will open is, if you don't put a stamp as to when accreditation will end, it will make it an endless process. So, if we know that accreditation begins by 8:30. When is it to end? So that when accreditation ends, is there a system? Can the number of accredited voters be generated immediately?
Yes, as you are accrediting, the machine, the beavers will not show. It calculates with the number. Okay. It calculates
as it goes. Is calculating. And then it goes sums up the number that has been accredited.
Definitely. But they will not tell you what has been accredited with the number that has been registered.
The number that has been accredited versus the number that was registered. We need to display at the polling unit there and there.
Yes, before that happened, already they have displayed all the names at the polling unit for you to check.
Of registered voters.
That process is one of the processes to determine the outcome of the result. When they had been registered, like the way they did, they equally chose a particular time to display the register. If you believe that you came for registration this year, you make a complaint immediately.
And that was before now. That happened before now. Now, my point is, today accreditation will take place between 8:30 and a given time.
Exactly.
Now, after that given time for accreditation, is the public entitled to know by way of displaying it on the wall of that polling unit the number that has been accredited?
Yes. Before voting starts, the officials, that the presiding officers in the they will announce.
Okay.
He will announce that so number of people register in this polling unit, but probably those who come to vote that have been accredited are only 10. I think I had that opportunity. I covered similar kind of election. I think it was in Kashi.
Okay.
There's the last election. It was in Kashi that turned out to have the Makarangus, the whatever today.
Okay.
At the polling unit, the beaver machine was there, and the names of the people was equally there. Those who had registered before. And then they will not say people that register in this polling unit 002 were 50.
Okay.
And we're expecting them to come for accreditation.
Okay.
Like you already mentioned, a window time is given for the accreditation. When they're accrediting you, the voters will be doing that for that particular time set aside for the accreditation. Out of the 50, till they close the accreditation for the voting to start, they now discover only 15 came. I remember in the polling unit, there are so many names, but only at that polling unit, I only noticed only 12 people.
Like there were so many registered voters
that came out to vote. Only 12 at the end of the day. Do you understand?
So what we are hoping now is
That was in Kashi.
Okay.
And Kashi is in Amak.
Okay, so what we are hoping now is we have, of course, the list of registered voters and their photograph was published before now.
Yes.
In at the polling unit. We are hoping
displayed.
Yeah, and displayed. We are hoping that the number of those accredited.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see how it goes. Hello. Who are we?
Mr. Thompson.
Yeah. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. This is Daniel Obi, still from Abaji.
Okay, Daniel, go ahead.
Just a few minutes ago, the chairman of Abaji just left here after casting his vote, and the media team engaged him in a press interview. And in the course of the interview, the chairman expressed absolute confidence on continuity. According to him, he said the people have spoken, and he has no doubts. But he singularly gave every credit to the president Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who, according to him, for the first time in the history of Abaji, the president was responsible for tying a 50-kilometer expressway within the area council. So he attributed the mass stop.
Yeah, go ahead. Obi. Hello. Yeah, I wish he continued. You can. Yeah, I think it's network. Let me just find out from Obi. I wanted to find out from him basically to tell us the process that brought about this election today in his own that particular unit. I want to find out when did they start accrediting people and when they voting did they start, so that let him be able to tell us basically some of those things if he has that opportunity. I'm still trying to see whether I'll establish link with Obi. I notice network, it's actually on display here. Yeah. Hello, Mr. Obi.
Yeah.
I was still trying to find out from you. Can you tell us basically that particular polling unit where you noticed the chairman that came to cast his vote? At what time did they accredit people? How many people that were at that polling unit that registered? And how many people that came out to be accredited? And at what time did they start voting?
What we have observed so far is that as soon as you are accredited, you are allowed to vote immediately.
Okay.
It is not a situation of getting accredited and having to come back to cast your vote. What we are seeing is that those that are being accredited are also giving the ballot paper to go and cast their vote.
Okay. In your own estimation, did the presiding officer did he tell you the number of people that were initially registered in that polling unit?
Actually, the presiding officer has vehemently refused to speak with the press because it is not just me that we have a variety of media houses that are here.
Yeah.
But what we discovered is that perhaps for reasons best known to her, she has decided not to speak on camera.
Yeah, no, not really speaking on camera. Usually the process is this. At the polling unit, the officer will now, the person assigned to take care of that polling unit will announce to people that if there is people that register sometime for this polling unit, they were either 20, but the people that have come for accreditation are either 18 or 17 or 15, and they very soon the voting will start. That's the normal process. Whether there was anything like that, so that we cannot know the outcome of the result without knowing how many people were accredited and how many registered before, so that you have a complete information to deliver for people who are really watching you now.
That information at my school that as soon as I get it, I will relate to you.
Yeah, okay. But how did you see the turnout? How did you see the turnout?
Okay. Now come to
The registered people, how many?
The registered voters for both other ballots.
Yes. Okay. So people that are accredited, how many were there or how many are there?
According to them, they are not yet done. The process of accreditation is on.
Okay. But do you have an idea of the people that so far voted?
I think that information cannot be released.
Okay, we'll just try to find out so that you're able to carry the number of voters, the number of people that are voting with the number of accredited people to know whether there is an overvoting or undervoting.
Okay, no problem. As soon as I get those information, I will release.
When is accreditation?
Okay, thank you so very much. And then keep visiting more of these polling units around where you can reach out so that you're able to make comparison of what you saw and what you didn't see.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I'll sign out for now, sir.
You are welcome. Okay. Really, this is more like the first person that actually called for this program, and before June, and I believe very many of our reporters who are all over the 6 area councils, and as time goes on, they will be telling us more and more of how they say. I think you understand the conversation.
Perfectly. 772 registered voters.
That's the emir's palace.
The areas for
Yeah, you should expect that number.
We are hoping to know of this population the percentage that showed up, so that at the end of the day, when result is being announced, we will know whether there is overvoting, undervoting, yes, or thereabouts. Yes. But again, it's a good thing to see that the FCT election is keenly being contested. And I am hoping that the confidence that the people have reposed in the system will pay off, yes, at the end of the day.
Yes.
It's my hope, so that come 2027, we will have an election that we can call an election. Because if good enough that 2023 happened and INEC had improved since then, there has been a lot of sensitivity. What would have turned out to be voter apathy, people's minds are now being shifted, to say, we could give it a try again and see, and now we see in the FCT election that a trial is being done. But again, I tried this FCT election and the way people came out to what happened in 2023. The votes of people counted in the FCT in 2023. It's not like in some states where people's votes didn't count. Now in some states you will have voter apathy, because people will say, the one we did, how did it turn out? But in FCT in 2023 the votes counted, and that explains to some extent.
Dr. Joshua, FCT, it's like an elite society. So nobody manipulates them easily. The manipulation can occur, but it might not be easily like the way you can do it elsewhere and get away with it. It's not like that. That is the issue. Right from inception to where we are today, except with the coming of Minister of the FCT, Wiki, that is politically informed and he knows the direction where he goes. Obviously, most times, voters, the residents of Abuja, do not vote the government in power. Most times. When it comes to voting general election, I'm not talking about the area council election, but about the area council election, like in the time past, you will not see it's scattered. It doesn't have like in other states where if it is PDP, the whole 24 local government will swear to by PDP. If it is starting is all like that. In FCT, you will hear about YPP. You hear about rice, you hear about
and that is why I told you the that time that FCT election is not so much about the political party, it's about the candidates. And that is why you see there is no dominant political party in the FCT, because the people vote based on candidate. And also look at it from this direction. The reporter said people are flying, people traveled all the way from different places into the FCT. Why?
Particular Abaji.
In Abaji. Why? Because the people, the vote has a stake. Voter behavior is driven towards candidates, not towards political parties. In FCT especially, except in states where for one or two sentiments the party in power will control the machinery and sweep all the seats for itself. In the FCT, the people are there's a different voter behavior, different political philosophy among electorates in the FCT, and largely because FCT is heterogeneous in population. FCT is like Kaduna. Kaduna, back in time before the shenanigans began, a single political party does not sweep all the votes in Kaduna, because Kaduna is made up of people from different parts of the country, different places, different desire, different trajectory of thought. Now, FCT is the new Kaduna in question. People come from different, and then you go to Lagos. You saw what happened in 2023 in Lagos. Because of the heterogeneous demography in Lagos, the voting pattern of Lagos electorate did not go the way some vested interests had wanted it to go.
Yeah.
Lagos was a shocker. Abuja was a shocker, because these places have a heterogeneous population. But in states where the indigenous population has a higher demography, it is.
I will give it to you, but look at in FCT, this area council's election, Dr. Joshua, in FCT, FCT turns out to be the only area council election being supervised, conducted to see to its own conclusion by the national chairmanship of INEC. In other, we have 774 local governments and 6 area councils under the control of the national chairman of INEC. Others, they call them State Electoral Independent Commission, and that state is appointed by the governor of that particular state, who dances according to the dictates of the governor, and that makes it easier for a political party, if the governor were to be any other political party, so shall the election follow at the moment. But to tell you how transparent the national body is, the commission is, because it supervises the area council in Abuja, FCT. It allows all the political parties to play the game the way it understands the system. And that's why you will not see in Denmark, for instance, I'm giving it as an example, it could be Labour Party ruling. When you go to Abaji, you will hear
SDP,
one party like that. You now go to Buhari, you hear a different thing altogether. Look at Buhari, is PDP. You look at very many in some other Mogalada, Kuje, APC, scattered all over like that. It's the transparency that has been involved over time, supervised by the national body of INEC, unlike SICOM, they call it at the
State Electoral Commissions.
Yes, they will not decide what becomes of them, because the appointee is appointed by the government.
I agree with you.
Yes, and again, another leg to it, the people here are informed. That particular awareness that is in the head of every individual, you hardly can buy him or buy her. So the person votes according to the dictates of her mind or his own mind, and that turns out to give you the result that you see this. But I think if all governors of 36 states, closely with 32 or more are still coming to join APC, it cannot be less. We hold that less set.
We hold that more does not come.
Be less set of
we hold that more do not come to join APC.
But I'm foreseeing again here in this election here. By the time the coalition is done and the results are separated or sorted out, that it is often been said, you are likely not to be seeing the ruling party making headways because the governor of the state is a maverick, political maverick, who seem to be a very big. He knows how to play the game. That's Wike in this case.
Does he know how to play the game?
He knows how to play the game.
Okay.
And if he knows how to play the game, and if governors in all the 36 states, close about 30 of them are all PDP, including those who are not even on the ballot paper in 2027, I couldn't leave it. Like for instance in Bayelsa State, Diri of Bayelsa is not going to be on the ballot. When you jump on, he left PDP to become a member of the APC. so it's the same thing at the local level here in the FCT here. If there was a time other political parties had the field day, it might not turn out to be. Most of the Labour Party is not even there.
Labour Party is not on the ballot. Yeah. She had a crisis. So she couldn't put her house together.
This PDP, I think this PDP was just merely hoisted by some political powers, so that at the end they will collapse the structure for whoever. Otherwise, PDP is in two factions, and nobody knows if you decide to use, if I decide to give you the flag to contest for chairmanship in PDP, by the time you win, they will go to court and remove you. because till today they don't even know who then is the right or not.
But you say he knows how to play politics. Now my opinion is that his style of politics is not healthy. It does not give room for competition, and politics is about competition. You know, recall that he was or he is a member of PDP. The other side of PDP, the other group of PDP had expelled him from PDP. But he has his sympathizers. And they went to court. The Makinde group expelled him. They went to court. Unfortunately, the court at Ibadan also discarded the convention. Yes. So
it's a shaky situation.
So PDP is like a one-legged chicken, you know. It is not standing on good foot. Yeah. So, but here is the thing. Also recall that while we celebrate that more governors are moving to APC, are we seeing the larger picture? The larger picture is that we are drifting into civilian authoritarianism. That is what the larger, we are
one party system.
One party system, deliberately or indeliberately obliterating democracy. Democracy is about competition. The larger idea carrying the day.
Look at it. I don't seem to say to have various people contesting, or have various political parties on ground doesn't really mean that makes it to be good. No. We could still have one political party at the end of the day because people are already found out to be good. Let's take for instance Donald Trump in America. I'm not using Donald Trump as an example. They have the red and the blue states. But when Donald Trump came, the blue collapsed to become red at the end of the day.
But
it's the same thing here. This government is often considered to be something that is doing the right thing. You will find all Nigerians finding themselves and in this area council election, you have seen what Wike is doing in Abuja here.
What Wike is doing,
develop the world over there. Take Abuja. Honestly, I must give it to you. No. There's this particular place I went to. Is it Kabusa or I don't even know. I traveled far. That Kabusa is a settlement after the IDP campus who are running away from insurgency and all that. They are camped in that place. You go beyond that. I went there, I saw massive road work. I honestly didn't believe it.
It's opening of the city.
No.
It's opening of the city. You see, but you see, why
at the end, all the area councils turn out to be APC. When you say something is wrong,
do not see. Let us not.
Assumption.
Yes, let us not allow the the merriment of today become a problem for us tomorrow?
Like the way Shakespeare said it with Macbeth. When the wife of Macbeth said, the love that follows of my tomorrow becomes a problem to us. And truly, she became a problem to the killing of Duncan, the king of Scotland.
So let us not allow the merriment of today. Yeah, the minister, His Excellency, the Minister of the FCT, Barrister Wike, is doing great in terms of opening up the city through road construction. Give that to him. There is no minister that has done much as he has done.
Honestly.
The minister close to him in that regard is what? Is the man. No, I mean the minister, the spectrum of the FCT. Yes, in the FCT. The closest to him in record is former Kaduna State Governor, Malam Nasser El-Rufai.
Yes.
But so far so good, Wike has overtaken that, and he has overtaken, he turns the ladder. Yes. However,
he has completely diminished if there was even El-Rufai before.
Let's talk about the politics of Wike. Is it healthy for Nigeria's democratic process? Is it healthy? The answer is no. Wow. The answer is no. Because his brand of politics is to obliterate competition. That's Wike's brand of politics. Now, see, look at PDP for instance. PDP crisis began pre-2023 election. Wike induced PDP crisis. Let us leave this PDP crisis aside. Let's look at the development of the FCT. Because today, the PDP question will lead us to FCT. Today is an election day for the residents of Abuja. Whether or not they will appreciate the minister or not, we are going to see it by the ballot. Okay. Do you understand what I'm saying? Whether the people that have been talking on radio that the minister of the FCT, Mr. Wike, has been doing a lot in terms of... When you say appreciate it, you mean if there are other parts... in the sense, by following the political philosophy, which is developmental philosophy. How do you leave it like that? You can only ask for more. No, I think you are missing out the argument. No. Having, when I'm coming. Okay. You can only ask for more. If your father is said to be good, you can only behave closer to your father. Isn't it? So this election, if Wike is said to have been one of these persons that cannot be compared to any other, is only him alone in terms of infrastructure development. Since Abuja was announced as the nation's capital as it is, there hasn't been any development. I can attest to that. Which means he has a foresight for good governance in this country, in this FCT. Therefore, if elected positions are declared like the way they are today, chairman and councillorship, it can only be like Wike, for instance. Be like him in the sense, let's continue to give the support he desires so that he continues to do what it is expected of us, so that more of these roads can get to Karu, can get to any other place that's considered to be like living in the socket. That is I get your argument. Do you think if all the area councils in the FCT and all the political parties contesting these area councils throw in their hearts, capitulate to Wike, do you think there are no ugly sides to the discussion that will arise after today? How? There are ugly sides like what? Do you think? Wike is doing a good job, fine. Yeah. Does it mean if SDP or ADC raises the chairmanship of 2 or 3 or 4 area councils, it will hamper Wike's operation? No. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm only saying one good turn deserves another in English. One good
term deserves another English. If it is well done, it can only be well done going forward. See, now if it is well done, it can only be well done going forward. It is then clear that if Wike is said to be doing the correct thing, an election like this one now ongoing in area councils, for us to put our basket together and to put our eggs in one basket and do the right thing, is for us to have all the area councils almost like APC. No. It's not actually APC that is doing it. I'm only saying. Yes, I gather that. I'm not saying that it's going to be APC. For me, I stand for. I love what Wike is doing. I do. I love what he's doing. I remember about a year or 2 years ago, I had not been to what they call the OCBN, the CBN junction, the OCBN. I had not been there for a while. Then I said to go to area 1, and then I drove to get there. When I got there, I almost became confused. That's exactly. The first thought that came to my mind, I hope I've not gotten to the wrong place. And then, are you like the Johannesburg? You know? And then, when I recollected myself, I appreciated what the minister has done so far. Yes. But beyond road infrastructure and opening up the city by land, there are a lot of things that need to be done that are yet to be done. Of course. Now, it's one after the other in life. Yes. So other political parties can produce chairman and councillorship for other area councils. That is where Wike's leadership acumen comes into view. His ability to galvanize these interests, and make them to work with him towards developing the city. Yes, becomes key. Because we are looking at not entrenching democracy while developing the nation. And that is where I'm averse to this craze of decamping. From really strong opposition. There will not be strong opposition, and it will also not reflect on the president's democratic strength. Because his democratic strength is his ability to tolerate dissenting opinion, his ability to bring in every other, the different shreds of political affiliation to join him in the process of nation building. That is what makes him a true Democrat. Not for everybody to collapse into the APC. What I do see in the near future, talking about the APC, and for which I don't want to happen in the FCT, is that there will be an implosion in the party, because you have strong competing desires struggling to make it in the APC. And you know what happens in that regard? You begin to see betrayals, and at the slightest opportunity, at the slightest opportunity that you have a strong alternative, another set of another round of decamping will begin to take place. So let's show that shows if the area council election. The area council election, which are giving you that perspective you are painting here, for those who are really watching us. As much as you have the free will to join any political party and they seek any elected position you so want, and until the beginning of the process where we are today, we are not seeing credible candidates in trying to, in terms of campaign. We were all here when they were campaigning. All political parties campaigned. But at any point in time, they will not draw the crowd. Don't forget, not all crowds that we see, different crowds that we see, are truly the people that are desired for that particular candidate or candidates. Sometimes they are rented. I agree with you. In many cases. So if it is like that, we will have seen all these multiple parties that we have just mentioned that are likely to be that are today contesting for either chairmanship election or councillorship election, very many of them came out to campaign. They were doing it only on social media. But you see, but we saw very many of, we saw a few of them, like APC particularly. Presented itself almost at everywhere. That we now saw them really doing something really wonderful. Give that. So that free will to decide anybody to join. It all depends with the party you join and the efforts that you can make to make you as a candidate to get what you want. And that's why most of them fizzle out almost at the primary stage.
You see, I say to somebody I respect so much, that the 2027 election will be far more monetized than any other election in the history of Nigeria before today.
How do you say it?
Just as you said. Now look at what happened in the run-up to today's election in the FCT. The two PDP candidates for two different wards, for two different area councils, they come to go to the APC.
And they knew where they were.
Now, if they become to the APC, they will know how they continue. They will know. No, my point is, in their decamping, they made a statement. They say they received the fatherly advice, or they received fatherly advice from the minister of the FCT. Wasn't that their statement? They received fatherly advice. The minister had asked them, quoting from what they said, to jump ship and let these people go. Do you think that same minister, with a huge portfolio for infrastructural development, who is not part of what is it again you call the central revenue collection system? What is that word again for it? Where the states, the revenue generating agencies of government put funds into. He was taken out of it. He pleaded with the president to pull the FCT out of it for the projects he wanted to do.
That's the law for the FCT.
Yes.
Let it be controlled by the FCT.
Not for the FCT to be putting in there. Let FCT use our IGR. TSA, thank you. Let FCT use our IGR to run her projects. Do you think somebody with such huge portfolio who told these people to move away, you think that person does not have the muzzle to run this open campaign you are talking about?
Okay, that's good. But let's listen. I want to tell you the PDP party, the PDP candidate and the party itself. They knew where they were going. They wouldn't have continued. So let's just listen to the voiceover of the PDP candidate in Kwali. The PDP candidate in Kwali. So let's just listen to it.
First of all, we have to thank the Almighty God for making us see today as a date for this exercise. We thank the Almighty Allah and sparing our life, and so far, Sergio, the arrangement I saw here. It's very fantastic. Road is very free, work, no harassment, not intimidation. Though this is my hometown, and probably because of my presence, the road is happy. And this is a very good area, sir. Have right on the candidate, PDB. So this exercise and the record so far, we see from various walls. Things are moving well, no any problems. So as far as I know, that's what they say. Social. So thank you very much.
Yeah, okay, that's the PDP candidate in Kwali area council. Like I've been telling you, Dr. Joshua, PDP, you are a journalist, you are a media person. That indeed PDP will have gone anywhere. Like what he's saying, only God knows where the voice are coming from. If I were to be that journalist, I would have asked a fundamental question: where are you going with these votes? Which candidate?
That would be equal to mocking him, you know that. I mean, that would be offensive. He has the right to
I would have want to take him on now. Why are you going with this vote? When you know your party is in a deep crisis till today, which platform did he get his candidates? Most of these PDP candidates that had at one time indicated interest have finally collapsed the structure for whoever they wanted to give. We know it very well that indeed they wouldn't have gone anywhere. At the end of the day, it was better for them to reach out like the way they reach out to the minister. It's better to die honorably.
Did they reach out to the minister reached out?
It's better for them to die honorably. There's honor. Let me tell you, there's honor in death. To die honorably than to die anyhow, that kind of a thing. They know very well they can't go anywhere. But it's not longer.
But you and I, you see, it's no longer. Let's not shy.
Let's say it has a strong opposition.
Let's not shy from the truth. You know how politics is done, especially in Nigeria, that I'm very much aware of. If you are asked to dump your ambition for somebody, for another person, of course it will not just be by word of mouth. You'll be compensated for it. You and I know that.
Every politician seeks for compensation.
Fine.
So, every politician. So, like for instance, those of them who go in for presidential contests, they know that they cannot be voted by their members of their families.
Some of them, not all of them.
But because they want recognition, they want to be known, they will not choose that high position that they are in for the contest. So that they will not say, please, don't go in. He knows very well that you will not go anywhere. Please don't go. Go and look for councillorship or chairmanship. Meanwhile, his aim was to get that particular chair, so that at the end the power will not go back to him. Very many of them who are showing interest for governorship election as senators or lawmakers. I mean, as members of a representation.
They are doing it for economic reasons. They
are doing it to show interest for the governorship in their various states. They will not beg them, please allow me to continue with their senatorial whatever, or continue. So they'll be paid to let go. And the people will not say, yeah, let's give this guy to continue. It's game.
So in the same vein, in the same regard, these PDP fellows who dumped their ambition for reaching candidates.
Yeah.
Now, the other time we saw a viral video where the president was telling the FCT minister to ensure that APC does not fail in the FCT. Isn't that a mandate enough for the minister to do whatever he can do?
Yes, but
to ensure that is what I'm telling you. But you see, my thought of it is
a philosopher defines election. I think somebody, Frederick, he said for you to get elected, there are three major things that you can make you to win. You can use ballot to win. You can use violence to win. And then the third one I must have forgotten. There are three things put together for a person to be declared.
Okay. Now let's take away the violence component.
That's one.
Because society has evolved beyond that postulation.
In the definition of election, in violence, the whole of the election that will be conducting, very many polling units, the end of the violence, yet is what will be announced. For the favor for the party that
I choose to be.
I'm not saying that's supposed to be the best way, but that's the definition.
My thought for the president and his team and his party is, you can be a Democrat without necessarily collapsing the entire country into a single state, into a single political party. As a matter of fact, the chances of becoming a Democrat is amplified more. The chances of becoming a Democrat is amplified more when you have dissenting voices. Then your values to be a Democrat will come out. For instance, what happened at let's even digress a little to the National Assembly. What happened at the National Assembly regarding the electoral bill amendment, especially section 60 of it that talks about transmission of election result? That did not show democracy for what it is worth, because the people wanted real-time e-transmission, but a few persons, about 50 persons, working hand in glove with the presidency.
There were 55 elected for that one.
Okay, 55
against 15.
Working hand in glove with the presidency went for what is in their interest, as I guess what is in the interest of the people. That does not define democracy. Now, coming back to the FCT, here is an election. The minister is doing well in terms of road infrastructure, but there are so many other areas that are lacking, e.g. payment of staff. I like it. Let me finish. So that he gets.
That's not probably correct in terms of payment. In terms of payment of staff,
we know how many times. Just recently. This is a government-owned institution. So
I know why it is.
Yeah. So the other time it was in the news how members of staff of the Fct, the Territory Administration or so, went on strike. The other time we saw on your way to the minister said, I heard him very well.
He never said this particular protest or the strike that they are doing is gradually being hijacked by politicians because his name has been bastardized by politicians. And so they were waiting for that kind of opportunity. Not necessarily.
No, Thompson, I heard what the people say. I'm not so much going to pile to what the minister said. Eventually he has to present his own line of argument.
Yes.
Now, going to you travel, you go home sometimes through Cairo. You saw in your opening remark, you talked about the heap of refuse that at a point was a health hazard. It even overtook the road. There was a problem that led to that situation, and that problem was that those in charge of handling that situation were not paid.
That is why today this election now determines who gets what at the end of the day. So that if you want development, in one area to be properly taken care of, is to decide. It's not just one president.
So what you are saying is that if the electorate don't vote in line with the minister's interest, their areas will not be properly taken care of.
That if you know the person who ought to have done what, and then the person has now refused to do what he should do, and then allowing the problem to fester to the level that the way we are saying it, like in some places across all the areas where refuse dumps are found everywhere, and then nobody bothers to clear them. It is not left for you. Today is the
whose job was it to clear?
No, I'm simply saying today is the day for you to decide who to vote, so that he will be able to do that which you want him to do.
And if I be an electorate, vote somebody who I know has the capacity to do these things, at the end of the day, the Fct administration does not give the person the enabling environment that
often than not, you have been hearing this thing over and over again, that every chairman, 6 area council is given money as when due. Nothing is taken, and I believe it so. It's only that every Nigerian, not just politician, every Nigerian that has an opportunity to cheat his brother, he does it with ease. I want you to know
when we have established that earlier, that it is now the book stuff on the table of the minister.
Now that the area council election is ongoing, it's not left for us, it's not left for you, me and you, to go and queue and ensure that we vote people who will come back and do the bidding based on the interest that we want them to do. Not that people who will not give you money or you refuse to go out, like the shops today are open. Who opened those shops? These are people who must have registered. But because they have this lackadaisical attitude, because they now notice that things are not working to their favor, and then another round of elections coming like this one, they will not stay back and say, let it happen. I think it needs to vote. That's what we want.
That may not be justice to them, because you and I know that the current in the economy as it is today, there are families that survive based on what they raise each day. Now, you earlier in your argument, you have presented that it could be that some of these persons who went to open up their shop or do other things have gone to the polling unit and the accreditation had not begun, and they say, okay, let me go take care of other things, and they return. That's one side to it. Okay, now we have to evolve to a system where elections can go on without necessarily shutting down the system. We have to evolve that into that point, because we also have to be able to bring the system to a point where the economy of the environment is not jeopardized because we are doing an election. These things must work side by side.
Why is it different? Why is this election different? To shut down places of our businesses, or shut those places down. How is it different with previous ones that we'll be doing? Actually, I'll be covering elections. These are Baji that Daniel has just reported what's happening there. I've gone there 2 times in my life as a reporter. 2 times as a reporter, go there to cover Abaji. Ever crossing dangerous rivers in that area. I know all these places.
And so shutting down the entire system.
One relation like this one is, you will discover, even if nobody tells you to even shut down, you will do it if you really want to really make money out of it. But somebody tell you to shut down your shop before you. If somebody helps you to tell you that shut down the shop, it becomes something else.
What will you cause the system? If people go,
can 2 things happen at the same time?
Of course they can. They can't.
You go and go and the shop.
Yeah, if the system is put in place. The reason why people are asked to shut their system.
That short time is not the whole thing.
See, the reason why people are asked to shut down their system, I think should be amongst 3 things, or all. 1, for security reasons. 2, to encourage people to come out to vote. And then 3, to encourage people to stay behind in the voting and make sure that their votes are counted. These are the 3 reasons. But I am saying that we can put things in place to evolve into a system where the other things can be taking place while people vote. Now, what stops the voter from going to the polling unit, casting his vote, returning to his business of the day?
Yes. And
his votes counts.
You see, it's very important for us to know the government has not simply assisted you. Please close this shop, because you don't know what may turn out to be at the end of the day. Close this shop, come and vote. You'll be complaining that people don't represent you well. Time has come. Leave this business. This business is yours. You keep doing it eternity. The eternity I'm using here is till you die. So what will you take if a person decides to come out at about 8:30, be on the queue, participate in that process, gets it done, he leaves, goes back, opens the shop and begins his business? Where does it infringe your right that somebody will not say, government is not trying to be very, very, very supportive?
I agree with you.
You understand?
I'm not
supposed to say, why do we have to do area council and then shops cannot be open? And the government has not done it like the way they have just done it, and something happens and their shop is looted. You not say government didn't give that.
The government can also use this same approach, put structures in place that people can go about their businesses, come, vote, and their life transmission. Unfortunately,
the portal will not be provided for, and then if that portal is provided for, as you are voting, you see that you are voting and now you are.
And that's why people are clamoring for e-transmission to make things a lot more easier for Nigerians to evolve the system to a better position of accountability. Unfortunately, the politicians have a different thought in mind, but in it all, today's election is a watershed. It's a watershed, especially for the new INEC chairman. It will either promote voter confidence in the electoral process, or it will further the question mark that has been placed, especially in the Mahmoud Yakubu conduct of the 2023 presidential election. Now, we are hoping earnestly that as Nigerians have come out, especially FCT residents, have come out in their numbers to cast their vote, that this expression of interest, this willingness to make a statement, an electoral statement, it will not only be respected by the electoral umpire, but that the state will also allow the people's choice to prevail. Because if the state candidate has better electoral value, the state candidate will be voted in. Otherwise, the state candidate will not be voted in. Let's save ourselves from the delay in electoral development that we keep, forcing on the nation by manipulating the system to make our will to prevail. We are slowing down our electoral development. We are reducing our fortune politically.
And I think, Dr. Joshua, it's one of the ways of really assessing the performance of INEC in terms of giving us the credible election we will be expecting, is to use this area council election by checking the supply of the sensitive materials, by checking the kind of people they use. We have not been discussing about the use of security. I remember the brief that we received yesterday by the INEC chairman, by the resident electoral commissioner, FCT INEC chairman, the INEC office, so to speak. He said they added that more personnel have been added, which means they have had an arrangement or a particular figure for the security that will not go around the entire FCT to ensure that the election is hitch-free, to ensure that security is well taken care of. Then when I say they added more, meaning that on the existing number they had LFO, another number is equally added to it. And we asked him why brought about this additional personnel. He said there was a need to put in, looking at the way Buhari is. Buhari appears to be like, a place, if not well managed, it can snowball. Looking at the various interests groups we have in that area. I thought there was a need to add police personnel at the end of the day. But I do believe that the way this is, I'm only hoping that the reporter that covers, or right now that is covering Buhari, should be able to call and be able to tell us basically how things are really going on there. We are much more interested to know what's happening in Buhari. We have had Daniel from Abaji. We are yet to get Abdullahi Mukhtar or Mukhtar Abdullahi from Bogolada, who covers Kwali, Bogolada and Kuje at the same time. And then we have to get somebody from Kwali. We are just in Kwali, and again the city center here where we saw Jume, giving us the update of what's really happening. These are the things we really need to know. Buhari mentioned by the REC, said they added some number of personnel.
It's a flashpoint.
It appears to be like a flashpoint because of the interest groups that are found in that area. And I do agree with him, the real life experience. And you can imagine it's a place that the minister paid visit to, one of the places towards this area council election, the way it is.
Because of the high interest.
Because of the high interest. Do you get? And so I'm not surprised what the man said and what I saw at the end of the day, and the way things turned out to be. Like I said at the opening of this program, I told you that Buhari, initially APC had 2 candidates. And towards the end of the process, to the build-up to the election like the way it is, they dropped the person. And so there will be some kind of, some kind of ill feeling. Either there will be, what's it called, voter apathy by refusing to come, or they will come out and do a protest vote against the interests that be. So we do not know how it's going to be, and that's why most reporters, wherever they might be in those 6 area councils, we need to get the feedback either by call. The number is there for you to call and reach us, and you can be sending, video clips so that we'll be sending them on the screen for those who are right now monitoring us on DSTV channel 392 or listening to us on radio 93.5, or using any social media platforms that are all over the place to know basically what is going on here today in the FCT. But thank God that things are really going on well, looking at the few reports we have so far received and the way the analysis is actually going on live here in the studio. It shows that indeed the worst people thought would be might not turn out to be. And then at the end of the day, by the time we are done whatever we are doing right now here, the next thing is to focus our attention at the coalition center.
That is where my attention has been.
Coalition center.
So that this exercise is not compromised. I'm impressed at the interest shown by FCT residents at deciding who becomes what in this contest. You can see they came out in their numbers, cut across various area councils in Abuja. I got the social media is reporting that voting has begun in Kubwa. Okay. Yes, voting has begun in Kubwa. People are that's under Boy. Yes. So people are interested in ensuring that this is a success. So while the citizen is doing his part to sustain democracy, the players that be today should also do their part. Because at the end of the day, this country all belongs to us. Whether you are in Canada, you are in Australia, you are in London, you are in the Americas, wherever you are. This is the freest country you can claim as a citizen, being a Nigerian by birth. So we are hoping that is what we feel.
Okay, let's get Harris. Harris, how are you?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Harris. Where are you? Where's your location right now?
I'm reporting from Airport Road on my way to Kuji in Arkansas.
Oh, that's very interesting, Harris. Can you give us the update?
So the issue that's happening is on the road towards our point of assignment, there are security checkpoints that have been placed to verify passerbys to hinder those who are not allowed to pass to move around freely. So basically, the directive has been only essential workers should be allowed right of passage. Essential workers comprising of security personnel, media, and health officials. So, but other people without valid reason to move around have been causing nuisance on the road, blocking access. So, even if you have valid reason of moving around, before you get to the checkpoint and get to allowed, there are lots of cars ahead of you, and they block the way. Okay. So the security personnel are really working diligently to clear the way.
I think, from what you are saying, I see people didn't obey the sit at home and allow the election to continue. Is that what you are saying?
There are a lot of people, most especially at this airport road. We have travelers who are meant to travel tickets. Yeah, so they have issues. They've been stuck on the road without valid means of right of passage to go to the airport. And 70% have been telling them that they should have come out earlier. I saw a lot of travelers on the way to the airport. But this first checkpoint now, they might consider some situations and give some people access. So we'll just pass this checkpoint now. We are still here. This was our point of assignment. So
well, have you been opportune to either check what's happening? Are you close by to any polling unit to determine
anyway, on the airport road towards Kuji.
Okay, so which means by implication, now what you're saying, that highway appears to be a major road that links the airport. Therefore, you cannot really determine whether or not people are adhered to the sit at home or the given by the minister.
Because the road leads to the airport, and we have the travelers who are on their way to the airport to access their flights, amongst other people. So eventually, the security personnel considered such situations and allowed people to pass.
Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, but the way you are seeing, the way you are seeing, are the security personnel really doing the job, or they are merely just blocking people simply because they have been assigned to do what they should do?
They are really doing their job, but people will be people. The security personnel are not really making things easier for them.
Okay.
Because people come out, they block the way, some have legitimate reasons to move, like travel, essential workers, while others are just moving around without real valid reason.
Okay. If for any other reason you are able to have your way to escape the blockade done by the security personnel to ensure that nobody crosses the place, if you are able to find your way, where possibly are you going to find yourself to assess the election and determine the outcome and see how things are?
So I will do that when I reach Kuji area council. Right now I am on my way to Kuji.
Okay. This is a journey, and I will simply advise you to take care of yourself and make sure that you check what happens around you, because in future your life becomes reality, so that you don't become the reported story.
Indeed, sir. Thank you very much for your advice.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, that's our reporter Harry C, who is actually making effort to assess. Like we've been saying, that one of the key reasons, we are faced with is for people to leave very early to go to where they're supposed to go, or if you decide to leave after 8, it then means you cannot have access to the place you intend to go, because the administration has actually given a directive to stay at home while the exercise continues. And so people are supposed to obey really what authorities are really saying. And that's one of the things. Mostly our reporter is hooked in a particular place, but I believe we still have enough time. It's just after 11. The official time for the closing of this exercise is going to be 2:30. So we still have more time to get some of these reactions from reporters wherever they might be to tell us the development right away by the time they file in their reports. And if you cannot, send a clip, either a still picture or pictures, or a clip of a video or videos, so that we upload those ones for those who are watching DSTV channel 392 right away to understand basically what this process is all about today. I consider it to be fundamentally important and crucial for the people of FCT, Dr. Joshua.
I think those traveling out of Abuja, the FCT administration had given early notice as to the closure of the city.
Okay, let me just Jumain Jibril, it's actually that LEA Gishiri just want to stand on the center of Asore. That's the hill, the catapult hill. You see Gishiri at the foot of the hill there. I think that's where she is. That's LEA Gishiri Primary School. She witnessing low voter turnout. That is one of the things we've been talking about. Low voter turnout. She said the Gishiri Primary School, which comprises 7 polling units in the Borinta ward for the Abuja Municipal Area Council election, recorded a low turnout of voters. That's quite very unfortunate. She continues by saying, according to residents who were at the polling units to cast their votes, the low turnout was due to the recent demolition exercise, which forced so many residents out of the community. Therefore, it has hampered and affected the outcome of what we've been expecting in this exercise. However, she said, Chief Bisala Akusu, the Dekechi of Gishiri village, alongside other voters, expressed satisfaction with the electoral process and called on residents to embrace peace throughout the election period. That's quite a very good piece, coming all the way from our correspondent in the person of Jume Jubril. Jume Jubril covers the Metama axis in the Abuja Municipal Area Council. She has left Metama right now in Gishi. Like I said, if you stand on top of that hill where we are right now, you'll see a community at the foot of Aso Radio Katampe Hill. That's where she is. Low turnout. That is another key factor. Low turnout. Now she gave reason as to why the Gishiri community is experiencing this low turnout. She said because of the demolition exercise that took place, people have escaped. The displacement of residents they have escaped this community. Yeah, it's understandably so. And again, even if they must have registered there, they can't come back because the transportation again. Yes, where they were displaced to. Where they went to seek shelter. So it is only natural that such thing will happen. Yes. And again, you will not blame the FCT administration. Neither will you blame the people, because the FCT administration has a mandate, to develop the city, and such development includes urban renewal. So it's one of the human components, the downside of this exercise. Yeah. But in it all, we are hoping that the exercise should be on a scale of 0 to 10. If the exercise records about 9% or 8% success rate, it's worth it. But that is, she continued by even saying, that's Jume. She said she had a child with the vacation simply means a kind of a district ruler, a chief there who controls the community there, is appealing to the residents to vote in peace and allow peace to reign at the end of that exercise. Usually, various interests will now set in and they create some kind of commotion or in the system, creating that kind of. And so it is important for some leaders to keep telling the importance of really living in peace with others. It's like the war against insurgency. The military talks about war economy, that in moments of unrest there are people that benefit from it. In this case, there are also people who want to benefit from it. Exactly. Okay, let me just talk to Jume. Jume, how are you?
Mr. Tosti.
You are trying, Jume. Good to hear from you. Can you tell us basically where you are and what's happening right now?
Okay, I am at the LEA Gishiri Primary School in Ipuri. Yes, and the polling unit here has generally low turnout of voters out of the 7 polling units that are here. So there are 7 polling units in this primary school right now, and one is actually very active than the others.
Okay. So did you check whether people are filing, being online, being on queue to vote?
Yes, people are actually online to vote, but they are generally very low. And for the polling units that is very active, I think they have like 923 registered voters, with 46 accredited voters as well. That's polling unit 193. Okay. And yes, the registration area code is 05. And so generally they have low turnout of voters. And when we interacted with some of the voters that were there, especially people that are residents, they said they attributed the low turnout due to the recent demolition that happened. And you know that the demolition actually forced some residents out of the communities. And so because when we were talking with them, they said normally this location usually has like a very high turnout of people, but this time around it's quite low.
So has voting really started in some of these places, particularly that unit that had close to about 900 plus, and then only 40 whatever registered. Have they really started voting?
Yeah, people have voted. A lot of people have voted. I think some people are still coming to vote, but people have voted. Even the the chief of Gishiri village, Bala Akuso, also casted his vote, and he expressed a lot of optimism. He said that the voters should embrace peace and they should accept the results in good faith. And so he was generally very happy with the turnout, with the rate of cordiality. I would say that there is peace. Okay. Somewhat. Okay. As much as there are low turnout of people, I think it's quite peaceful.
Okay, what about security arrangement? Are people orderly?
Yeah, people are orderly. You know, we have security operatives that are here to ensure that the electoral process is, organized and, of course, peaceful. So they're here to ensure that the whole process goes well, and they're, inspecting, monitoring people, seeing that everybody is law-abiding and all of that.
Okay, did you notice any intimidation when they use uniform? Because most times, most people who look at uniform men as if they are working for government. Do you see any uniform man or men intimidating some other person to vote against their conscience?
Something like that. The environment is quite calm, so there is no such intimidation. They're just trying to make sure that the activity goes smoothly and that people are, doing the right thing. So there is really no intimidation. It's just things going out the way they're supposed to go.
Okay, the way you are saying it, do you foresee a chance that the election will be conducted and concluded according to how the timetable specified, from 8:30 to round off by 2:30?
I doubt that. Because I said there are low amount of people. So some people will be coming to cast their votes.
Yeah, sure.
So but the time when the whole process will be over is what we're not sure of yet. But I don't think it will actually meet at that speculated time it was scheduled. Because people are still on their way. People are not here yet. Although some people have casted their votes, and some people are still hanging around. But then I'm really not sure that they're going to meet up to that particular time, because some people are not here yet.
Okay, Juliet, thank you so very much. You are quite a very good reporter, and you are doing your job. I appreciate you deeply. Keep monitoring and be feeding us as much as you can.
All right.
We appreciate you for your effort. Yeah, there is this Kagini polling unit. The Kagini polling unit is saying a situation report from all polling units in Kagini indicates a general, peaceful and orderly voting process, as ASO Television's correspondent Holina Adejo, monitoring the exercise, reports early arrival of electoral officials, steady voter turnout, and the presence of security personnel to ensure compliance with electoral guidelines, as she finds in update from the locations where she stands to cover. That is quite very interesting. I believe some of the visuals are being shown on the screen for us to basically know what's actually going on. As a matter of fact, but I really appreciate Holina.
Three polling units in Kagini. The three polling units I visited include 052, back of Akimi House, polling unit 054, primary school, LEA primary school, and polling unit 053, under Mango 3. Immediately after arrival, electoral officers started preparation for the election proper. They set up their tents as well as paste electoral materials. Eight.
Your person, no. Now, don't deny me.
I don't deny you. Now, for you,
wait here. Shift one side.
What is it right up? I said, go bring your voter.
Please, what's the number of the polling unit?
052. 050. Okay.
Akimi house or Akimi palace?
Akimi house.
Simultaneous accreditation and voting commenced at 9 a.m. at polling unit 052, and the Akimi of Kagini was the first to perform his civic rights.
Yes, they are. Everybody you see, they are standing. They are checking.
In an interview, Akimi Kagini Ayuba Barrow applauded the process and called for a peaceful election.
My name is Ayuba Barrow, Akimi of Kagini. Today is an election day. We have been doing every time. When we started with peace, anytime we start with peace, we finish with peace. And that is what we always pray, that election, it is not do or die. It is something that is playing. This person will come and this person will come. We will now play together. We will play. It is is not something by violent fighting to not bring any achievement of this country. What we want a good leader. And by the grace of God, God will bring a good leader for us.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course, we have just had a report packaged by one of the reporters who are that Kadini side, that's around this Juba area, that's Olina Adojo. You see how she interacts, at a very lengthy level with the voters and assessing it in almost all the dimensions required in this aspect. You can see the resilient, the happiness, the willingness in the minds of voters to really do this exercise. The only thing I'm supposed to find out from some of them is the performance of these beavers.
Okay, good enough.
Yes, these beavers, we need to know how quick are they in capturing either the fingerprint or the facial capturing of the individual. How quick are they? Because it's one of the things we call it, glitches of this technology. When there's a fraction in the system, they delay for a very long time. And if people are in a queue and nobody gets to do what they're supposed to do at a point, the voter party sets in. The person goes back home and will not come back again. So these are the things. How fast are they, Dr. Joshua? We need to. Remember when Jonathan introduced that system, when Professor Atari Jega was the acting chairman, he went to Atoke in his own area. Remember, one person kept struggling with the machine, and the thing is at the end of the day. I remember some of the people like that face challenging with givers. Sometimes when I went to cover election in Kashi, they suffered greatly sometimes before they were captured. Rejecting even the PVC. Rejecting the PVC to start with. And the PVC was the honor of the PVC, really.
Well, INEC is, what INEC is doing is an evolution, technological evolution. She's getting better by the day. But I'm also hoping that a time will come, maybe now that the National Assembly has included in the Electoral Act that the electorate can download his or her voter card directly. That has been included. But whether it is downloaded or not downloaded, the system should be glitch free, because it is this lexicon of glitch free that made the 2023 presidential election controversial. And you talked about, you reminded one of Jonathan, a Democrat to the core, somebody who superintended over the preparation for an election. The machine
introduced the use of PVC.
Yet the machine to be used did not capture, and yet he allowed that election to go ahead. I don't see anybody in the current arrangement who will want that to happen. So, and that is because a man like Jonathan saw beyond his ambition, saw beyond himself, saw beyond his time in office, knew that Nigeria will continue to exist without him. And it's a mindset I would like the current class of politicians to adopt. Instead of these politics of grab it all, grab it, run with it, tell them to go to court. I would suggest that we shift away from that mindset.
Okay.
And
I just hope, Dr. Joshua, some other reporters who are right now at the field monitoring this election in the 6 area councils to do just like the way we have been able to hear from Paulina Adejo, who came up with a very lengthy report from that place. You can see the display of some of these clips indicating the preparedness and the readiness of the people really standing in the queue to cast their votes. We expect to hear more from other places more. I'm talking about Kuje, Kwani, Gogwalada, and the almighty Buhari.
Have you heard from Karu?
Carol is still in Amak.
In Amak.
Yes, yes.
We are talking about the other areas.
Other areas that are very important. But of course, we need to know what's happening. Karu, Jikwe, all the way to some of these places. Let's see how it goes. That's Joy. Hello, Joy.
Hello.
Joy, how are you, my sister? How are you doing?
I'm well, thank you.
Yeah, where are you exactly? Can you tell us your location?
Unit 2 at Guarimpa in Amak.
Okay, Guarimpa. You are in Guarimpa?
Yes, in Guarimpa, Amak.
Okay.
Unit 09.
Okay. What can you say about the unit where you are covering right now?
Okay, from here, it's just a shame that we can't see this, but voting started at 10:10 this morning, and then there seemed to be a bit of struggle.
Right. Hello, Joy. Hello, Joy, are you there? Hello? Hello, Joy. I just hope she comes back. I hope she calls back. I just hope that Joy is able to call back to tell us she's in Guarimpa. Guarimpa just right here.
Yeah, just from here.
We need to know basically what is happening there in Guarimpa right now. These are some of the things we are talking about the network. No wonder these people say lady at the manual.
This is
well, otherwise, Joy is supposed to stay hooked and be able to tell us basically.
I like to, when you listen to what the former INEC chairman said, Professor Mahmoud Yakub, and what the politicians are saying,
the Jews,
they try to mess up with your mind. Who exactly is telling you the truth? Professor Mahmoud Yakub said, and even the CSOs say, no, this thing can be done. The politicians say we have interacted with stakeholders in the telecommunication industry, and they said not all parts of Nigeria is covered. I sympathize with the politicians in a way.
Okay, Joy, how are you, Joy?
I'm well, thank you. There seems to be some bit of network.
Exactly. So you say you are in Guarimpa right now?
Yes,
so
092.
092.
Yes.
So, can you tell us the number of people that have so far been accredited?
They said about 36 people have been accredited.
How many?
They have 36 only here.
Okay.
Have been accredited. Yes, and then there has been a bit of confusion, people locating their polling units. Some people from Galadima and a few other polling units around said there was some changes. Where they call the INEC official or the INEC chef, it wasn't something communicated to them. So it's been a problem for them locating their polling units. And this has made them go to different polling units around here, only for them to locate it here on polling unit 092.
Okay. Do you have an idea of the people that? Okay, I'm talking about the performance of the divas.
Well, the divas has been working without issues from here. Yes, for some people that have been coming, they're showing that we can see it on video right now, but people that are here, they've been saying it's going well, there's not been any issues.
I wanted to know the time when one voter is captured and when is the person disposed of to go and vote, so that we're able to know if there are 100 people that will be easily captured and then the person vote, and all of them will now vote and then wait for the result to be collated. Do you see any? You don't know how fast the machine is.
I will just let you speak to the INEC official here.
I wouldn't mind.
So go ahead.
Okay. Hello.
Yes, she can hear you.
Okay, hello sir. Good morning, rather.
Yeah, can you tell us basically, you are live on ASO television, DSC 392. Can you tell us basically the level of the performance of the beavers you are using to accredit voters? How fast is it?
The beavers is very fast, sir. There's no issue with it so far.
You say?
There's no issue with the beavers.
Okay, it's working so fast. How many minutes does it take for you to capture one person and then allow the person to go to vote?
At least 2 minutes, sir.
Oh, that's very interesting. So how many have you accredited in that process?
45, sir.
Okay, 45.
Yes, sir.
Do you have the total of people that are registered? How many registered for that particular polling? Are there many or few?
71, sir.
Yeah?
1.
How many?
751.
Okay, 751.
Yes.
Okay, do you foresee the possibility of rounding off the process based on the timetable or the time set aside by INEC that the accreditation start 8:30 and then to conclude by 2:30? Do you foresee you're able to meet up with this time?
We are not sure yet, sir. It depends on the...
Okay. So, okay. Are you faced with challenges?
No, there's no challenges so far.
Okay. Congratulations.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Joy. Thank you so very much, Joy.
Like I earlier reported that the beavers are working according to what I'm seeing here. I said when I got here it was 36, and of course the numbers are increasing because people are actually locating their polling unit to this place. But the same, I think INEC need to maybe do a better job by telling the people how to locate the new site or the new unit where their names have been taken to, because this is a here, actually. Thank
you so very much, Joy. We appreciate you for your effort that you are making. You are doing us proud. Keep monitoring the result. Don't forget that the exercise continues to 2:30 and even beyond. Those who have been on queue, those who have been accredited but not yet voted, they can exit 2:30. As much as you have been captured until you vote, it can extend all the way to evening time. Nobody knows, but that is the way it's supposed to be. It's only it is 2:30. Nobody will come again and queue for accreditation. But from now on to 2:30, anybody can come and queue. But when it is 2:30, it will close. So if you have 100, 200 people that have not been voted but they have been accredited, whether it's going to extend to 10 o'clock in the night, they will be there.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the chief of Galadima is here. He's just casting his vote, and I think it's best we speak to him and what his thoughts are.
Okay, can we speak with him?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, sir. Or good morning, Allah.
Let me live on ASO.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, how are you?
We are live on television and they are watching you or hearing you right now, live all over the world and in Nigeria completely. Have you voted, sir?
I voted.
Can you tell us your name?
My name is Chief Hababu S. Gojo.
Okay. Which polling unit did you vote?
What? 092.
Okay. Can you tell us how the process you took to vote? Did you take your time to finally vote it?
Very simple. It does not take me much time.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So, any advice you ever give to the officials that are supervising the work in that polling unit? Are there any shortcomings that you see they are there that you feel they need to do this, do that, so that at the end of the day, anybody that comes around, he or she should be able to participate in the exercise?
Well, I appreciate the exercise, and also I appreciate the staffs who are here. In fact, as of now, there is not any challenges.
Okay.
It's the process, and the process of the exercise is going on well. There is no problem at all.
Okay, what about the security arrangement? Are you coerced? Are you forced to do anything that your mind doesn't really want?
The security arrangement is comfortable. There is no coerce. There is nothing at all.
Okay.
Normal.
Okay. Did you, as a leader of that community, do you suspect any vote buying?
No, at all. Okay. There's nothing like that.
Okay. So what will you tell the residents of Abuja, particularly the area where you voted, what will you tell them going forward?
Well, all I have to say is let everybody participate and let everybody cooperate.
Okay.
That is all I have to say to them.
Okay. In your mind as a leader, do you foresee a very peaceful and very fine conclusive election in the FCT?
By the grace of God, at the look of things, as a leader, what I'm seeing is evidence of good exercise. As I said, there is nothing wrong. The atmosphere, the weather is okay, the environment is okay, and everybody is presenting friendly. There's no issue of any security challenge at all.
Okay. Thank you, leader, for being part of this discussion we have just had from you. You are live on ASO television, and we appreciate you for giving time to speak with our reporter that's there right now on ground. We shall be monitoring more and more of this exercise, more and more of these activities that are going on within the exercise, so that we know basically what's going on. We thank you so very much, sir.
Thank you. God bless you.
We appreciate it. All right, Joy.
Thank you.
You are doing a great job. Thank you so much. Keep monitoring and give us the feedback as you are watching how things are really going on wherever you are, Joy, in the Gorimpa, particularly the polling unit 002. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Well, that's exactly what has been expected. Hearing some of these, reporters coming to give us the update of what things are really going on in Nigeria, and some of these places they are right now. It shows that indeed we are on track.
Yes, we are. And the good side of it is that so far there has been no report of violence. Mm-hmm. That is the good side of it. In some cases there is voter apathy, and the voter. But if you take a holistic picture of the entire exercise around the area councils on a scale of 0 to 10, I would say at the moment we are coasting home with a 9. Wow, 9 on 9.5.
Oh, that's very good. What a very good estimate.
It's a good schedule. And again, it's security men.
They are doing a good job, really. Well, of course, we're going to take a short break. By the time we return, Dr. Joshua will continue with this update so that people who are watching us on television will basically know. Like I told you, we are on television, DSTV channel 392, and we, as well, the same thing being done at the radio, frequency, ASO Radio 93.5. So stay tuned. We'll be giving you every detail required for this area council election here in the FCT. Again, Dr. Joshua Bennett and then Topsy Gimba doing it together. Don't go away, stay tuned.
Citizens of the Federal Capital Territory, take note. On Saturday, February 21st, 2026, we will go to the polls to elect 6 area council chairmen and 62 councillors. Voting starts at 8:30 a.m. in all polling units across Amak, Abaji, Buari, Gwagalada, Kuje, and Kwali. Remember, no PVC, no voting. Check your registration status now and know your polling unit. This is our city. Let's get the facts right. Fct Decides 2026. This message is brought to you by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, making your vote count, consolidating our democracy.
We are a nation blessed with people of diverse cultures, religions, languages, and opinions. It is ironic that we are now being ripped apart by our greatest strength, our diversity. We have allowed intolerance, insensitivity, bigotry, and nepotism to blind our vision of the greatness we can achieve working together as one. We may not have the same culture, nor religion, nor language, but we all belong to the same nation by the divine will of God. We did not choose to be Nigerians. Nigeria chose us. This nation is our divine heritage, and if we open our eyes, we would realize that what divides us pales in comparison to what unites us. And by the comparison and conciliation of our differences, we will grow until our differences disappear. Our unity cannot be willed by mere declarations, nor do we get unity by ignoring the questions that beg for answers. We must celebrate our diversity and debate our differences without fracturing our unity. Our strength is not in our numbers, but in our unity, because even the weak become strong when united. Nigeria unite.
This message is brought to you by Abuja Broadcasting Corporation, owners and operators of ASO Radio 93.5 FM Abuja, ASO Television DSTV Channel 392, Star Times Terrestrial Channel 127, Free TV Channel 507, People's TV Channel 285, and UHF Channel 38.
We are a nation blessed with people of diverse cultures, religions, languages, and opinions. It is ironic that we are now being ripped apart by our greatest strength, our diversity. We have allowed intolerance, insensitivity, bigotry, and nepotism to blind our vision of the greatness we can achieve working together as one. We may not have the same culture, nor religion, nor language, but we all belong to the same nation by the divine will of God. We did not choose to be Nigerians. Nigeria chose us. This nation is our divine heritage, and if we open our eyes, we would realize that what divides us pales in comparison to what unites us. And by the comparison and conciliation of our differences, we will grow until our differences disappear. Our unity cannot be willed by mere declarations, nor do we get unity by ignoring the questions that beg for answers. We must celebrate our diversity and debate our differences without fracturing our unity. Our strength is not in our numbers, but in our unity, because even the weak become strong when united. Nigeria unite.
This message is brought to you by Abuja Broadcasting Corporation, owners and operators of ASO Radio 93.5 FM Abuja, ASO Television DSTV Channel 392, Star Times Terrestrial Channel 127, Free TV Channel 507, People's TV Channel 285, and UHF Channel 38.
As a free state in 20th century Africa is the need to revive the stature of man in Africa and restore the dignity of man in the world. Nigerians believe passionately in the fundamental human rights. We regard all races of the human family as equal. Under no circumstance shall we accept the idea that the black race is inferior to any other race. I appeal to all our leaders, far and near, to forget the wounds which were inflicted in cause of our internecine altercations. The love of our country should outweigh the love of our petty selves. The enjoyment of individual freedom under the law should mean more to us than our self-centered party programs and manifestos. Common dangers and common enemies alert us on the need for common security. Come and join Abubakar with me, Sadauna, Awolowo, Akitola, Ofarebe, Okpara, Ikoku, Aminu Kano, Ibrahim Imam, and Taka. Let us bind the nation's wound and let us heal the breaches of the past so that in forging our nation, there shall emerge on this continent a hate-free, fear-free, and greed-free people who shall be in the vanguard of a world task force whose assignment is not only to revive the stature of man in Africa, but to restore the dignity of man in the world.
We are a nation blessed with people of diverse cultures, religions, languages, and opinions. It is ironic that we are now being ripped apart by our greatest strength, our diversity. We have allowed intolerance, insensitivity, bigotry, and nepotism to blind our vision of the greatness we can achieve working together as one. We may not have the same culture, nor religion, nor language, but we all belong to the same nation by the divine will of God. We did not choose to be Nigerians. Nigeria chose us. This nation is our divine heritage, and if we open our eyes, we would realize that what divides us pales in comparison to what unites us. And by the comparison and conciliation of our differences, we will grow until our differences disappear. Our unity cannot be willed by mere declarations, nor do we get unity by ignoring the questions that beg for answers. We must celebrate our diversity and debate our differences without fracturing our unity. Our strength is not in our numbers, but in our unity, because even the weak become strong when united. Nigeria unite.
This message is brought to you by Abuja Broadcasting Corporation, owners and operators of ASO Radio 93.5 FM Abuja, ASO Television DSTV Channel 392, Star Times Terrestrial Channel 127, Free TV Channel 507, People's TV Channel 285, and UHF Channel 38.
On ASO Television, DSTV Channel 392, we are doing it live here in the studio, connecting with our reporters that are scattered all over the area council, from Abaji to Buhari, from Amak to Kwali, from Kwali to Kuje, out there telling us basically what things are happening there. Today is the election for area councils here in the FCT. The day we've been expecting for a very long time is finally here. Of course, my colleague who has been assigned to cover Buhari Area Council is right here with me, live and direct in the studio. He has just gone to Buhari and he has driven back to the studio to tell us the first-hand information, what he gathered, what he saw, and what is being expected in this area council election here in Buhari, in the president of Abuja Pekin, that's called Samuel Ode. It's a pleasure having you.
Topsy, good afternoon.
You are looking so stressful. So really?
The stress started when the police and the army, let me just say the security personnel could not give us access. Even when you inform them that you are a media personnel and you are here for the election.
And how you are
well, I'm here to tell you all those things. This what really happened. Well, as early as 7 a.m. this morning, I left for earlier primary school, Duse Alaji. That is my own polling unit as well. But I was now having the opportunity to vote or to do whatsoever because I have to move around to cover the official assignment that the government gave me to do. So reaching there, the people that were coming, they were very scanty, and I start to maybe to organize and let them come together. Well, I turned to be an INEC because I'm also an FCT INEC ambassador. I have to coordinate to tell everybody we should be together and whatsoever. There, since they know me, they have to obey me, and they did the needful. And I left there to Duse Alaji Primary School. At Duse Alaji Primary School, that is where the APC candidate will be coming to vote, which he did. Duse Alaji, that was his own polling unit. I'm talking person of Honorable Joshua Ishaku Musa, which he came. As of the time he came, so that he will come and maybe the people in charge of the Beaver could not recognize him for almost 45 minutes or so. So since they were, he spent complete 45 minutes. But the wife did not spend up to 5 minutes or so. Everything, she was captured, and the wife was the first person to vote before him, because they could not keep waiting for him. But after all, they say 2 + 2 is 1 in marriage, not mathematically. So they should not cut me around that. Maybe the good African doesn't know mathematics. So that was what really happened. The wife did hers, and he later did, and people started voting. When we now saw that people have started voting, everything was calm. We now left for Shafa, and me and some other media personnel, and that there were no mobile, almost 5 of us. We now bundle ourselves into my own vehicle. We now head to Shafa. At Shafa, it was when one of the APC candidates that was dropped, that is the person of Honorable Sokolo Aruna Yaudi, that was his own polling unit. At the primary school, they are very close. That is his own town, and the polling unit is now a trackable distance too. That is his own polling unit. So we met with him there. His cars, his road, the Beaver, there was no problem. And the people of Wishapa, they started voting. Immediately we ran up from there. When I moved ahead, there was another polling unit. That polling unit is called Market Square Polling Unit. Yes, so because some of the dignitaries like still Honorable Chokolo, they have to move to make sure that everything is being well organized. So we went. And one of those things that really impressed me with the people of Ushafa, what I saw there, that they physically challenged people and the elites and so on. They were given the opportunity, that the youth, get them the opportunity that these are grannies and our past, they cannot withstand the strength to be standing. So they said, no, we should give them the chance, and which they did. When the elite, all those people, the set of people were done, then they continued with the youth, and they started doing everything was very, very peaceful. And what I observed also, Mr. Topsy, the turn-up of people in that area council was very, very poor, because over the years, over the time that I've been covering election, Buhari area council, I found out that the turn-up is always very, very encouraging. It will look as if it's a market, or maybe it was a football field, or where people went and watch a particular football match. You now see that the turn-up will be very, very encouraging. But this time around, for me, from my own assessment, the turn-up is not encouraging compared to the previous election, just like what I told you. Now, coming back again before we arrive here in the studio, the people of Buffet, where we saw some people, their shops were more or less they were still rendering skeletal services of selling. Their shops were open. A lot of guys that maybe they feel as to take one green bottle and the other. I saw some of them that they knew me. I met them. I said, guys, wow, you people, you're supposed to pay at the polling unit. They go and cast their vote. I'll go there picking or something. We allow us to enjoy ourselves. We don't have time for that. A lot of people were playing draft. I saw them with my eyes. I tried to encourage them. And as an AMEC ambassador, who I am, FCT AMEC ambassador, I was home. If it was preaching, I was home. I want 10 souls that left that vicinity where they were to go and cast their vote, which they did. I was impressed, and I said that is what, so that tomorrow we will not complain that they are giving us this and this, but it's because of you and I. So some of them that refused, they were still there, playing their draft, taking their green bottle. I can't do otherwise. I have to leave. But I said, okay, thanks to you guys. And that is, I saw very, very well. And also, businesses was also very, very booming. In the arena where the election is going on, where there are various polling units, you saw people selling bonds, selling water, selling all sorts of things that they can sell. All those things were really, really going on. And we saw some AMEC officials, foreign or observers, they were also there. I wanted, almost tried to put one of them online, but the network within that area could not give me the access. Was very, very poor. Even the landline or whatever that I wanted to call. If not the foreign observers, one from Kenya, one from Brazil, and the one who is in US or whatever, all of them were there. And all those diplomats, they were there. And I saw there was peace, there was no fight. But where I wanted to smell something of such, it was at Duce runabout, where some guys were trying to push stubborn with the uniform personnel. And the uniform personnel, they sent them back. They say, they are not going back. I would not like to use the language that this they will use. But they were saying that we are going nowhere. With the troop of police, army men, no right, the few uniform personnel that they were there. Before you know, another battalion. Should I use the word battalion? But I saw three pickup loaded with the soldiers. They appear from nowhere. But if those guys were to pull stubborn, maybe a different thing should have happened now, but I don't know. Although they chased them with the honorary stick, that they should live here, and they left. And some of us that are pressmen, they could not, the media personnel, they could not give them access road to pass, even with the name tag that this is media, my name, my face, my passport, my photograph is there. We have to approach some of them. But as God could do, some of them, they kind of, they know you one-on-one kind of a person. And one of them said, is that not the guy, our friend for Oga driver? I say, I'm the one. What is happening? I say, I'm going to the before they get me access. If not, I shouldn't have been there by now. If you stand opposite us already here, you see that the security is very, very tight. You cannot get access if you are going to AYA. When you reach here, you will return back. The only opportunity we have coming here is that before the checkpoint at the tipper garage here, you will branch and enter our office. Yeah. If not, maybe it should have been another hold up, all the same.
So, you really did a very good job, Ogoja.
Yeah.
Now, I'm impressed with your effort to be able to find a polling unit where the APC candidate Joshua Muharuna Musa was going to perform his civil responsibility. Can you tell us the number of people you saw there?
Well, we went for election. It was, I'm coming. We went for election. It was not really like maybe we are counting census. Yeah, I'm coming. I know where I'm heading to. But yes, the polling unit where the Honorable Joshua, there are so many polling units in that very arena. Almost 7 polling units put together in the primary school, so that maybe it will curtail the number of persons that will be coming there. But with my rough estimate, I can tell you that as of the time I went there, I can tell you that they were up to 250.
Wow.
Yes.
In your own observation, will you say there is a drop of voter apathy as is often being called?
Yes.
As compared to most elections that have covered.
Yeah.
Was there Well, and if that this voter apathy, if people didn't turn out to vote, what do you think could have been the reason or reasons to why you noticed that?
Actually, the number really dropped. Just like what I said before, the number really dropped, and a lot of persons, some of the things that they were saying, had been rather I would be allowed to even say it here because it would look as if it was gossip. But that is what some people were really saying. That this was not our initial candidate that who our mind was. Maybe they were from Mr. A, and they are giving us Mr. B. You know, it's like you are forcing me to do what I never intended to do. Yeah. So you are forcing it on me. So that is why those are some of the things that some people were saying. They keep on saying those were people that were just standing by. They were not. They were around. Yeah, that's why I say they were standing by. They were within the vicinity there. And we were hearing them because we were standing also listening to what people are saying. Okay. You know, so those are some of the things that we sent or what was really going on there.
Yeah, and another good part of it is we are able to go to Shokolo, who was dropped by Supreme Court, and then they handed over that mantle to Joshua, and he went to his own polling unit. Can you describe whether he voted for APC or he didn't? You will not know.
Well, I will not know. It's called secret balloting. So
look at his countenance. Look at his face.
Yeah, the man is you know,
happy coming out to vote.
You know, men doesn't cry.
Men do not cry.
The man doesn't cry. If the man cries, that maybe seeing tears, that is he weeps internally. So whatsoever may be the case, but I see that joy in him, which I also confronted him to interview him. I was interviewing him, telling him, I'm so very unfortunate that we could not link in the radio. He said, that is my party. They did not send me away out of the party. The costs have taken its cost. And I was dropped. That does not mean that life will not goes on. But it's only the people, my followers, that maybe they will feel a kind of being disappointed. Even some people were calling me, sympathizing with me, telling me, sorry, whatever. Sorry for what? Did I lose my wife? Did I lose my father? I am still alive. When there is life, there is hope. That is to say, is it not 8 years? After 8 years, I will. He gave me an example that the person who manufactured light, he said he tried 999 times. At the 100th time, he succeeded. So he will continue trying.
Even Abraham
Lincoln.
Several years before he finally became American president, and turned out to be one of the best. Now, let me find out from you whether you were able to, aside from Shokolo, who was dropped by law, not to stand for the election today, from the people around Ushafa, is it Ushafa?
Ushafa.
Yes. What did you hear from them?
Yes, I've already hinted a little about it. The people of Ushafa, well, I can still put a leave for the people from Jose Alaji. They were almost down to the same tune that they did not give their own.
Okay.
Some people will see that.
What I'm trying to say now is that going to be like a protest? No. Two things might play out. Either they will refuse to vote, or they will go there and vote a different party.
Well, I will not be able to tell you here because when they are
ask you this question, with the assessment.
Yeah, the assessment will also give you a backup of.
You said they showed you they were murmuring. That wasn't the person they wanted.
Yes.
So what is your mind telling you if they murmured?
Well, to be sincere with you, if they murmur like that, I will not be able to say here because I will be
on national television.
Yes, I'm on national television so that it will not cause any chaos.
But the general atmosphere in that area, as a conscious human being, what is telling you?
Well, automatically you have already still forcing me to say what I'm not supposed to say right here.
As a journalist, you tell the truth.
Yes.
Tell the truth.
Yeah, that is the truth that I'm still telling you. The people are not happy that the candidate that maybe they wanted to vote for is not their candidate. Okay. So that is automatically that you have made me to say what I wanted to say. What the people were also saying.
I wanted to find out from you whether you take a drive to where the incumbent chairman is. That's Josh Gaba. People like Musa D.
Yes, number one, Musa Diko stays in Cuba, and the incumbent chairman stay at Idu. It's a very far distance from here. It's almost, let me just say, 1 hour drive. So I couldn't make it to his community or where his polling unit is. So last time, the past 8 years ago, we went there, we located the place.
Aside from the candidate of the APC that took time closer to 45 minutes before he could see it through to cast his vote.
Other people face some similar challenge. Some it will not be as long as 45 minutes.
I thought it was a deliberate.
No, it was not. Okay. Some people it was maybe, let me just say 20 minutes. Yes, somebody is on the line.
Let me see. Hello, what was speaking with? Yemi, how's going? How's it going in Papi? That's very interesting. Let's speak with him.
Yes. My name is Bernard. What is happening here in Family Parliament is not that some people who go to the world to change their name, they will remove the name and some of the units have been changed to another place. So some people are frustrated and some people don't know where to go to their units. So by the time we reach some people who go to them and check, we have to verify some people on internet before we can get where we can go. Why some people are frustrated because they cannot be able to get to the unit, to get their full unit. Some go cannot vote and some still are here and still looking for where to go. And we are still trying to help other people and the evidence on ground, they cannot be able to verify some of the units to some other people to vote. Why some people are frustrated like that?
Okay. This confusion right now, that particular polling unit, are the people many that are faced with that challenge? Are the people many that are faced with that similar challenge not being able to? Okay, what's your personal assessment looking at the number of people that have voted? Are there many? Okay, do you have a rough idea of the people that registered before the voting? I'm not talking about accreditation. Do you have how many votes? Are there any inducement? Is anybody giving you money or forcing you to vote against your conscience? Is there anybody forcing you to vote against your conscience, either giving you money or carry stick and whip your hands so that you will vote?
No, we are not deceiving. We are people walking around to their people that they can go to their essence. They are doing it to give them money because we see some of them, they are coming around with PSO. I don't think the thing is pronounced.
Okay, thank you so very much for being part of the program. Just make sure that you keep directing people to do the right thing at the right time. So that at the end of the day, those who desire to be your chairman or their councillors are the people you have truly voted for. Thank you for being part of ASO Radio, ASO Television. You've been talking to us for being part of this program, and you were at live. We thank you, Mr. Yemi, for connecting us with the unit that you actually watched how things have been going on there. So that's Yemin.
Yeah, that's Yemin yeah, from Pape, yes, from Pape, yes.
Monitor the election.
Yeah, I was so keen with what you were saying because even Simon, I faced the same challenge. Even when I told you that I wanted to go there to go and vote. Yes, when I could not find my polling unit. Maybe it's back again.
Yeah, it's back again. Maybe. Okay, the candidate. Okay, the councillor. Okay, let me speak with him. Yeah. Hello, councillor. Yeah, you are live on Aswa Television, Day Series and the 392. Can you tell us your name and how you voted?
Okay, my name is Robert Jonathan. I'm a candidate of the Center of People's Awards. I'm speaking to you from Papo Primary School, where I casted my vote unit 006. From every indications, I can comment that the electorate are something that done very well, and the voting is doing very smoothly. The security agencies are doing well at the moment. I'm speaking to you. The electoral officers are also complying with rules of engagement. But however, we have a pocket of complaints and observations where cards reject, card holders reject some of our cards, and also we have challenges on the sudden changes of polling units where some voters were transferred, I think about barely 3 hours to the elections, and also a polling unit, I think unit 097 at Apple Live Resort site where the result sheet was not there. I'm currently in news engineering. They went there without voting sheet for councillors. So we are calling on the authority to make sure that they complied with the rules of engagement in line with the Electoral Act to allow everybody a free, fair and credible process to exercise their franchise. For now, this is my observations. Which authority to ensure that the voices of the people is being expressed and heard through the ballot.
Which party do you belong, sir?
Yes, Zenith Labour Party, ZLP.
Okay, Zenith Labour Party. And you have performed your civil responsibility by voting, right?
Yes, I've done that.
By your assessment, where you voted, do you have an idea? Being a councillor that is standing in for this contest, you should know the number of people that registered in that particular unit, didn't you?
I should have a rough idea, but I would love to resolve my comment in that regard so that I don't give a wrong figure.
Okay, but roughly, are they up to 1,000 or less?
I think it should be about 1,000.
Okay, how many do you think they accredited and later cast their votes?
Yes, I think they will have been accredited. I think let's just say about 1 to 200.
Okay. So what about the performance of the beavers, the biometric voter accredited system? How is the performance like?
Yes, aside from declines on getting details of a few cards, I can say about 80% is doing well.
Okay, they were performing well, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's very good, Councillor. We thank you so much. You've been talking to ASO Television. You've been live. You are being heard all over the world because we are on DSTV 392 and we appreciate you. Some of the complaints you make, I know the authorities are really listening. They will definitely address some of these issues you mentioned so that at the end of the day, they will be corrected so that we have a very fair and credible election going forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, appreciate you. Yemi?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you are really doing a very good job, Yemi.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so we are going to be expecting further this thing because the election is not yet over. Don't forget that people who have been accredited they will still perform their civil responsibility by voting, whether it is 2:30 or after 2:30. As much as they are accredited, they must vote before they call it final at the end of the day. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for doing a very good job. Yeah. So that is what we've been expecting to hear from our reporters who are all over the place within the 6 area councils, giving us detailed information required so that those who are just sitting there at home to monitor will definitely see what's going on and know how best they are expecting by the time the election is concluded. Don't forget our reporters are there all over the place. We have Rosemary Okugo Tega, we have Holina, we have Abdullahi, we have Harris, we have Obi. Obi happened to be the first person that called. We have Junmei, we have Ogoja Piji who is seated live and direct with us in the studio, and very many of them who are contributing to the great success of this live transmission. They call it Fct Decides. We shall be doing that as more reports are really coming. I really wanted to know what is happening in Buhari, and thank God Ogoja Piki, otherwise Simon Ode, really did the best he could by coming to speak to us on what he saw and what he expects to see by the time the results are sorted and announced. Ogoja, I want to appreciate you for taking time to be with us in the live studio.
Thank you.
I believe as time goes on, I believe because of time factor, will you be able to go back again?
I'm mobile.
You're mobile.
Yeah, so if you should hear me again, maybe reporting from Buhari or any area council or any polling unit, don't be surprised.
Yes. One good thing about you are committed to whatever you do.
Yeah, exactly.
Honestly, I appreciate your efforts.
Thank you very much.
We are doing it for the sake of humanity.
Yes.
So we'll be expecting more. When you find time, since you are mobile, you can still dash into the studio and then still tell us basically what you notice at the field there. So that people who are at home will know basically what's going on.
Exactly.
Thank you. Let me feel you before you leave. Well, we'll take a short break. Maybe by the time we come back, my guest, Dr. Joshua K. Bennett, will be here so that we'll look at some of these issues that our reporters are bringing from various places they are covering, and then we'll be analyzing. You listen to most of them. Yemi has just spoken with us where he queued in a councillor who is actually into that contest until when the result is announced, we'll get to know basically who will then turn out to be the winner of that election. So stay tuned. This is DSTV channel 392, that's ASO TV. And we're doing the same thing on the other side, the radio 93.5. So we're bombarding you with information. All the airwaves seem to be controlled by ASO Media Organization. That is ASO Television and ASO Radio. Keep watching. We shall return by the time we get back at the most appropriate time. Stay tuned. Don't go away.
We are a nation blessed with people of diverse cultures, religions, languages, and opinions. It is ironic that we are now being ripped apart by our greatest strength, our diversity. We have allowed intolerance, insensitivity, bigotry, and nepotism to blind our vision of the greatness we can achieve working together as one. We may not have the same culture, nor religion, nor language, but we all belong to the same nation by the divine will of God. We did not choose to be Nigerians. Nigeria chose us. This nation is our divine heritage, and if we open our eyes, we would realize that what divides us pales in comparison to what unites us. And by the comparison and conciliation of our differences, we will grow until our differences disappear. Our unity cannot be wielded by mere declarations, nor do we get unity by ignoring the questions that beg for answers. We must celebrate our diversity and debate our differences without fracturing our unity. Our strength is not in our numbers, but in our unity, because even the weak become strong when united. Nigeria unite.
This message is brought to you by Abuja Broadcasting Corporation, owners and operators of ASO Radio 93.5 FM Abuja, ASO Television DSTV Channel 392, Star Times Terrestrial Channel 127, Free TV Channel 507, People's TV Channel 285, and UHF Channel 38.